Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Summer break had just begun, and the weight of 7th grade finally lifted from my shoulders. I was 13 that year, 2019, a time when most kids my age were glued to their phones or gaming consoles. Not me, though. My parents couldn't afford the latest technology, and our family vacations consisted of weekend trips to visit my grandmother 2 towns over. That's why when my best friend Samantha approached me with a glossy brochure for Camp Evergreen, I felt a surge of excitement I hadn't experienced in years. The brochure showcased smiling girls canoeing across a serene lake, hiking through lush forests, and gathering around crackling campfires. It looked like something straight out of a movie, nothing like the mundane summers I was used to. "My mom signed me up already," Samantha said, her eyes bright with anticipation. 2 full weeks. She said I could bring a friend, and I immediately thought of you. I stared at the pictures, tracing my finger over the pristine lake. Camp Evergreen was nestled in the mountains, approximately 3 hours from our hometown. The thought of being so far from home made my stomach twist with both excitement and apprehension. "I've never been away from home that long," I admitted, but couldn't hide my growing enthusiasm. "It'll be amazing," Samantha insisted. "We'll swim, hike, make new friends. Please say yes." That evening, I showed the brochure to my parents. To my surprise, they agreed almost immediately. My mother commented that it would be good for me to experience nature instead of spending another summer helping her around the house. My father seemed relieved at the prospect of one less mouth to feed for 2 weeks. They weren't being cruel. Money was just always tight. In the days leading up to our departure, I packed and repacked my duffel bag, checked items off the camp's recommended list, and tried to imagine what awaited me. I'd never been a particularly adventurous child. The closest I'd come to camping was sleeping in our backyard when the summer heat made our house unbearable. The night before we left, I had my first nightmare. I was swimming in dark water, unable to see more than a few inches in front of me. Something brushed against my leg, a cold, firm grip that pulled me deeper. I woke gasping for air, my sheets damp with sweat. I dismissed it as pre-camp jitters and didn't mention it to anyone. I should have recognized it for what it was. A warning. The journey to Camp Evergreen was filled with Samantha's excited chatter and her mother's occasional interjections about her own camp experiences from decades ago. I half listened, watching through the window as suburban landscapes gave way to increasingly dense forests and winding mountain roads. As we turned onto a gravel path marked with a wooden sign reading, "Camp Evergreen, Empowering Young Women." Since 1972, I felt a peculiar sensation. The air seemed to thicken, and the lush trees lining the entrance cast long shadows across our path. The sun, bright and cheerful throughout our drive, now struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. "We're here!" Samantha squealed, pressing her face against the window as a cluster of rustic cabins came into view. The main lodge was a massive log structure with a wraparound porch where several adults in forest green polo shirts stood welcoming arrivals. Beyond it, I could see glimpses of the lake, its surface reflecting the afternoon light like a mirror. As we exited the car, the first thing that struck me was the silence. Despite dozens of girls and parents milling about, there was an unnatural stillness to the place. No birds sang in the trees, no insects buzzed. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Welcome to Camp Evergreen." A woman with a clipboard approached us, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "I'm Ms. Winters, the camp director." Ms. Winters had the weathered look of someone who spent most of her time outdoors, tanned skin, crow's feet around her eyes, and calloused hands. She checked our names off her list and assigned us to Cabin Pine, explaining that we'd meet our counselor at orientation. "You girls are in for a special summer," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "We have many exciting activities planned." Samantha's mother helped us carry our bags to our cabin, hugged us both tightly, and promised to return in 2 weeks. As her car disappeared down the gravel road, I felt a twinge of unease. I was now farther from home than I'd ever been, surrounded by strangers in an unfamiliar place. Cabin Pine was rustic but comfortable, with 6 bunk beds, a small bathroom, and wooden chests for our belongings. 4 other girls were already unpacking, twins named Hannah and Haley, a tall girl called Brianna, and a quiet, intense-looking girl named Josephine. "I heard they renovated all the cabins after what happened," Josephine said abruptly as she shoved clothes into a drawer. "After what?" I asked, selecting a bottom bunk near the window. Josephine looked around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "You don't know? About the drowning?" Before she could continue, the cabin door swung open and our counselor strode in. Iris was in her early 20s, with a perpetual smile and boundless energy. She clapped her hands to get our attention. "Welcome to Cabin Pine. Let's save the ghost stories for the campfire, shall we?" She gave Josephine a pointed look. "Orientation begins in 15 minutes at the main lodge. Don't be late." As we followed Iris to the main lodge, Samantha nudged me. "Don't let Josephine freak you out. Every camp has some story to scare the new kids." I nodded, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to Josephine's comment. The way our counselor had so quickly shut down the conversation seemed strange. What was the drowning she'd mentioned? And why did it necessitate cabin renovations? Orientation was a blur of rules, schedules, and introductions. We learned about the camp's history, founded by a woman who believed girls needed wilderness experiences to build character, the daily routine, wake at 7 a.m., lights out at 10 p.m., and the various activities available: swimming, canoeing, hiking, archery, crafts. Throughout the presentation, I found my attention drawn to the large windows overlooking the lake. The water was unnaturally still, a dark blue surface that reflected the surrounding trees like a perfect photograph. As the sun began to set, the lake's color deepened to an almost black hue. "That lake gives me the creeps," Brianna whispered beside me. "It's too quiet." She was right. Most lakes I'd seen had small waves, ripples from fish jumping, or water bugs skittering across the surface. This one was completely motionless, as if frozen in time. After orientation, we returned to our cabin for get-to-know-you games led by Iris. As we sat in a circle on the wooden floor, sharing facts about ourselves, I noticed Josephine's eyes repeatedly drifting to the window facing the lake. When we finally crawled into our bunks that night, exhausted from the long day, I heard Josephine whispering from her bed across the room. "Her name was Andrea Walsh," she said, barely audible. "She drowned here in 1996. They never found her body." I pulled my blanket tighter around me, trying to block out her words, but sleep remained elusive for hours. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with dark water and reaching hands. Morning arrived with the blaring of a bugle across the campgrounds. I blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Sunlight streamed through the cabin windows, casting warm patterns on the wooden floor. For a moment, the previous night's unease seemed foolish in the bright light of day. Iris herded us to the dining hall, a spacious building with long wooden tables and benches. The air was filled with the scent of bacon and pancakes and the chatter of nearly 100 excited girls. Samantha and I filled our trays and found seats at a table with girls from Cabin Birch. "Have you heard about the ghost?" a freckled girl named Grace asked as she slid onto the bench across from us. "Josephine mentioned something about a drowning," I admitted, keeping my voice low. Grace nodded eagerly. "Andrea Walsh. She was our age, 13, when it happened. They say she went swimming alone at night, against the rules, obviously. The next morning, they found her clothes on the dock, but no Andrea." "That's not what I heard," another girl interjected. "I heard she was pushed by her counselor." "That's ridiculous," Samantha said with an eye roll. If a counselor murdered a camper, the place would have been shut down. Not if they covered it up, Grace countered. My older sister came here 3 years ago. She said they don't let anyone swim in the deep part of the lake anymore. They've got buoys marking it off limits. I glanced out the window at the lake, visible in the distance. The morning sun glinted off its surface, making it appear almost inviting. It was hard to reconcile the beautiful scene with such a tragic story. Whatever happened, it was over 20 years ago, Samantha said firmly. I'm not letting some old story ruin my summer. After breakfast, our cabin group was scheduled for swimming lessons. We changed into our swimsuits and made our way down to the lake, where Iris and another counselor named Maya waited on the dock with clipboards. Up close, the lake was even more beautiful and more unsettling. The water was incredibly clear near the shore, allowing visibility several feet down to the sandy bottom. Further out, however, it darkened rapidly, the bottom disappearing into blackness. The swimming area is marked by the yellow buoys, Iris explained, pointing to a roped-off section of the lake. Beyond that, the lake drops off quickly to over 30 feet deep. No one swims past the buoys, ever. Understood? We all nodded solemnly. I couldn't help noticing how the other counselor, Maya, stared out at the deep water with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Something between fear and reverence. After assessing our swimming abilities, we were divided into groups. Being a strong swimmer, I was placed in the advanced group with Samantha, Brianna, and several girls from other cabins. We practiced strokes while Iris watched from the dock, occasionally shouting instructions. The water was surprisingly warm for a mountain lake, almost unnaturally so. As I swam, I noticed how sound seemed to behave strangely underwater, muffled in a way that felt different from my experiences in public pools or the rare occasions I'd been to the beach. About 20 minutes into our lesson, I dove under to practice retrieving objects from the bottom. The counselors had tossed several colorful rings for us to retrieve. I spotted a red one near the boundary rope and swam toward it. As I reached for the ring, a shadow passed overhead, something large moving across the surface. Thinking it was another swimmer, I surfaced quickly, not wanting a collision. But when my head broke the water, I saw all the other girls still in their designated areas, none close enough to have cast the shadow I'd seen. The counselors remained on the dock, engaged in conversation. I treaded water, scanning the lake's surface. Nothing unusual was visible, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The back of my neck prickled with goosebumps despite the warm water. "Everything okay?" Samantha called from a few yards away. "Yeah," I replied automatically, though nothing felt okay. "Just thought I saw something." I returned to the group, but kept glancing back at the spot where I'd seen the shadow. For the remainder of the swimming lesson, I stayed in the shallowest part of the designated area, never letting my feet lose contact with the bottom. Later that afternoon, during free time, I sat on the cabin's small porch with my journal, trying to rationalize what I'd experienced. Perhaps it had been a large fish, or a shadow from a passing cloud. The rational explanations didn't ease my discomfort. Josephine emerged from the cabin and sat beside me, her dark eyes studying my face with uncomfortable intensity. "You felt it, didn't you?" she asked quietly. "In the lake." I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Felt what?" "That we're not alone in there." Josephine hugged her knees to her chest. "My older sister came here 4 years ago. She told me about Andrea. Said the lake changed after she drowned, became warmer, quieter, like something's absorbing all the energy." "It's just a lake," I said, not believing my own words. Josephine gave me a sad smile. "Andrea's family demanded an investigation after she disappeared. The police brought in divers, sonar equipment, everything. They never found a trace of her. It's like the lake just swallowed her." "People are found eventually," I argued. "Bodies float." Not in Evergreen Lake, Josephine whispered. Nothing that goes into the deep part ever comes back up. Before I could respond, Iris called us for the next activity. As I stood to leave, Josephine grabbed my wrist, her fingers digging into my skin with surprising strength. "Stay away from the deep water," she warned. Andrea isn't the only one who never came back. The next few days passed in a blur of scheduled activities, new friendships, and forced normalcy. I threw myself into camp life, determined to enjoy the experience despite the unease that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. Samantha, oblivious to my concerns, thrived in the environment, quickly becoming a favorite among counselors for her enthusiasm and leadership qualities. Our third day at camp brought our cabin's turn for canoeing lessons. After breakfast, we gathered at the boathouse, a weathered structure extending partly over the water. Inside, rows of canoes hung from the ceiling, their hulls gleaming with fresh varnish. "Today, you'll learn basic paddling techniques and water safety," explained Mr. Harmon, the elderly caretaker who ran the boating program. His leathery skin and calloused hands spoke of decades spent outdoors. "Each of you will take a canoe out. Follow my instructions carefully." We were fitted with life jackets and given paddles. One by one, we climbed into canoes while Mr. Harmon and Iris steadied them against the dock. When my turn came, I hesitated, staring down at the water lapping against the wooden structure. "Something wrong?" Mr. Harmon asked, noticing my reluctance. "No," I lied, forcing myself to step into the narrow vessel. It wobbled beneath me, and I gripped the sides with white knuckles. "That's it," he encouraged as I settled onto the seat. "Keep your weight centered." He pushed my canoe away from the dock with surprising strength for his age. I dipped my paddle into the water as he demonstrated, making small, controlled strokes. The canoe glided smoothly across the surface, joining the others who were already practicing in a small cove near the boathouse. For several minutes, I felt a growing confidence. The repetitive motion of paddling was almost meditative, and the morning sun warmed my skin pleasantly. Perhaps I had been overthinking things. Perhaps the stories about Andrea Walsh were just that. Stories. Then I noticed I'd drifted away from the group. Despite maintaining what I thought was a straight course, my canoe had somehow veered toward the center of the lake, past the swimming buoys that marked the drop-off to deeper water. I corrected my course, digging my paddle deeper to turn back toward the cove. The canoe didn't respond as expected. Instead of turning, it continued its path toward deeper water, as if pulled by an invisible current. I paddled harder, my arms burning with the effort, yet made no progress toward the shore. "You're too far out," Iris called from the dock, her voice carrying across the water. "Turn back toward the cove." "I'm trying," I shouted back, fighting against the inexplicable pull. Mr. Harmon quickly launched another canoe, powerful strokes carrying him toward me. As he approached, my canoe suddenly lurched to one side, nearly capsizing. I dropped my paddle in surprise and grabbed the gunnels to steady myself. The paddle didn't float as it should have. Instead, it sank immediately, disappearing into the darkness below. As I watched it vanish, something in the depths caught my eye. A pale shape, moving against the blackness. Not the random movement of underwater currents, but the deliberate motion of something swimming. Something large. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared into the water. The shape moved closer to the surface, growing more distinct. A face, human yet somehow wrong, materialized beneath my canoe. Pale, bloated features distorted by water and time, with dark holes where eyes should be. A mouth opened in what could have been a smile or a scream. I recoiled so violently that the canoe rocked dangerously. Water splashed over the sides, soaking my legs. The face disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving only the dark water below. Mr. Harmon reached me moments later, expertly maneuvering his canoe alongside mine. "Grab my paddle," he instructed, extending it toward me. "I'll tow you back." With trembling hands, I clutched the offered paddle. Mr. Harmon began rowing us both toward shore, his weathered face set in a grim expression. "Did you see something in the water?" he asked quietly, his eyes scanning the lake's surface. I hesitated. Would he believe me? Would anyone? I thought I saw a face. His paddling faltered for just a moment before resuming its steady rhythm. "The sun plays tricks on these waters," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "Reflections, shadows, easy to see things that aren't there." But his eyes told a different story. They held knowledge, perhaps fear. He knew something about this lake that he wasn't sharing. Back on shore, Iris wrapped a towel around my shoulders, mistaking my shaking for cold rather than terror. "You drifted into the current," she explained, rubbing my arms briskly. "It happens sometimes. That's why we always stay in the cove for lessons." "What current?" Samantha asked, standing nearby with the others. "The lake looks perfectly still." "Underwater currents," Mr. Harmon interjected. "This lake has unusual hydrology. Underground springs create currents you can't see from the surface." The explanation sounded rehearsed, as if he'd given it many times before. The other girls accepted it without question, but I knew what I'd seen. No current had pulled my canoe. Something had wanted me in the deep water. That night I lay awake long after lights out, listening to the steady breathing of my cabin mates. My mind replayed the face I'd seen, the hollow eyes, the grotesque smile. Was it Andrea Walsh? Or something else entirely? Around midnight, I heard soft footsteps on the wooden floor. Peeking through barely opened eyes, I saw Josephine slip out the cabin door. Curiosity overrode my fear, and I quietly followed, grabbing a flashlight from beside my bunk. The night was moonless, the camp illuminated only by a few security lights along the main paths. I caught a glimpse of Josephine's silhouette heading toward the lake and followed at a distance, careful to avoid twigs and other noisy debris on the ground. She stopped at the edge of the dock, gazing out over the water. I hid behind a nearby tree, watching as she knelt and placed something on the wooden planks. Flowers, I realized. A small bouquet of wildflowers gathered from around the camp. "I know you're there," Josephine said suddenly without turning around. "You can come out." Startled, I stepped from my hiding place. "What are you doing?" "Paying respects," she replied simply. "Andrea's birthday was yesterday. She would have been 36. I approached cautiously, standing beside her on the dock. The lake before us was a vast expanse of blackness, not even stars reflected on its unusually still surface. "How do you know so much about her?" I asked. Josephine was quiet for a long moment. "Andrea was my aunt. My mother's younger sister." The revelation struck me speechless. This wasn't just camp folklore to her. It was family history, personal tragedy. "My mother never got over it," Josephine continued. "She visits the lake every year on Andrea's birthday. This year she couldn't come, so I promised I'd leave flowers for her." "I'm sorry," I said inadequately. "About your aunt." "They said she drowned accidentally." Josephine's voice hardened. "But my mother never believed it. Andrea was an excellent swimmer, and she wasn't alone that night." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "What do you mean?" "She was with her counselor, Ms. Winters." The name hit me like a physical blow. "The camp director? She was here when it happened?" Josephine nodded. "She was Andrea's counselor that summer. The police questioned her, but she claimed Andrea snuck out alone after lights out. No one could prove otherwise." My mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known existed. Ms. Winters' strange demeanor, the way the counselors avoided discussing the lake's history, Mr. Harmon's practiced explanation of underwater currents. "I saw something in the lake today," I admitted, the words tumbling out before I could reconsider. "A face, under my canoe." Josephine didn't seem surprised. "Others have seen her too. The camp covers it up, calls them hallucinations or tricks of light, but I know better." What really happened to her? I asked, dreading the answer. I don't know for certain, Josephine replied. But I intend to find out before camp ends, and I think you're meant to help me. As if in response to her words, the still surface of the lake suddenly rippled. A single, perfect circle expanding outward from a central point, as if something large had risen briefly before sinking again into the depths. We both took an involuntary step back from the edge. Something's happening, Josephine whispered. The lake is changing. Andrea's getting stronger. What do you mean, stronger? Every year there are more sightings, more incidents. Last summer, a girl nearly drowned during a night swim. Said something grabbed her ankle and wouldn't let go. I thought of my canoe being pulled toward deeper water against all my efforts to turn back. We should tell someone. Who? Ms. Winters? The counselors? They're all part of it. Josephine gathered her flashlight. Meet me tomorrow night after lights out. Bring your swimsuit. My swimsuit? Why would I? We're going to find proof, she interrupted. In the boathouse, there are records there, logs from every summer, including 1996. As we crept back to our cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, not just by whoever might be patrolling the grounds, but by something else. Something that dwelled in the unnaturally still waters of Evergreen Lake and had been waiting patiently for 23 years. The following day passed with excruciating slowness. Every activity, every meal, every conversation seemed to drag on endlessly as I waited for nightfall. I went through the motions of camp life mechanically, my mind preoccupied with what Josephine had shared and what we planned to do. Samantha noticed my distraction during archery practice. Are you still freaked out about yesterday? She asked as we retrieved arrows from the target. Mr. Harmon said it was just underwater currents. I'm fine, I lied. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. Is it Josephine? She's been glued to your side since yesterday. Samantha lowered her voice. The twins told me she comes here every summer but never makes friends. They think she's obsessed with that drowning story because she's related to the girl who died. She told me, I admitted. Andrea was her aunt. Samantha's eyes widened. Seriously? That's morbid. Why would her parents keep sending her to the camp where her aunt died? It was a good question, one I hadn't considered. Maybe they don't know she's investigating what happened. Investigating? What are you talking about? I realized I'd said too much and quickly backpedaled. Nothing, just that she's curious about it. Samantha studied my face for a moment, then shook her head. Whatever she's dragged you into, be careful. The counselors already watch her like a hawk. You don't want that kind of attention. Her warning stayed with me throughout the day. I noticed for the first time how the counselors did indeed seem to track Josephine's movements more closely than the other campers. During swimming, Iris remained unnervingly close to her in the water. At lunch, Maya happened to sit at our table. During free time, there always seemed to be a staff member nearby when Josephine was around. Were they watching her because they knew about her connection to Andrea? Or because they feared what she might discover? After dinner, as we walked back to our cabin, I pulled Josephine aside. We're being watched, I whispered. The counselors are always around you. Now you're noticing, she replied with a grim smile. It's been like this every summer since I started coming here 3 years ago. They know who I am. Then why do you keep coming back? Josephine's expression darkened. Because every year I get closer to the truth. Last summer I found Andrea's name in an old registry in the main office. It had been crossed out, not just lined through, but violently scribbled over until the page tore. And your parents just let you come back, after what happened to your aunt? They don't know, she admitted. They think I'm at a science camp in Springfield. My grandmother helps me. She never believed the accident story either. The depths of Josephine's deception stunned me. She had orchestrated an elaborate lie, maintained year after year, all to investigate her aunt's disappearance. Her determination was both admirable and frightening. "What do you think happened to her?" I asked. Josephine glanced around before answering, ensuring no one was within earshot. "I think Ms. Winters was involved. Maybe it was an accident, maybe not, but I know she lied about Andrea being alone that night." "How can you be sure?" "Because I found a photograph in the camp archives last summer. It showed Andrea with Ms. Winters on the dock, time-stamped 11:43 p.m., the night she disappeared." The revelation sent a chill through me. If Josephine was right, the camp director had lied to police and potentially covered up a death, possibly even murder. "The picture disappeared the next day," Josephine continued. "I went back to look at it again, and it was gone. That's when they started watching me more closely." That night, as the cabin settled into sleep, I lay awake, listening for Josephine's signal. Around midnight, I heard 3 soft taps on the wooden post beside my bunk. Our agreed-upon code. I slipped out of bed, already dressed in shorts and a t-shirt over my swimsuit as Josephine had instructed. She waited by the door, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. We crept out silently, careful not to wake the others. The camp was eerily quiet. Even the usual chorus of frogs and crickets seemed subdued, as if the wildlife sensed something unnatural about this place. We moved from shadow to shadow, avoiding the security lights that illuminated the main paths. The boathouse loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the starry sky. Unlike the rest of the camp buildings, it extended partly over the water, built on thick wooden pillars sunk deep into the lakebed. During the day, it was a hub of activity. At night, it transformed into something foreboding. "There's a side door that's never locked," Josephine whispered as we approached. "The caretaker is forgetful." Sure enough, the small maintenance entrance swung open with minimal creaking when she pushed it. We slipped inside, closing it carefully behind us. The interior was pitch black. Josephine switched on a small flashlight, keeping its beam pointed downward to minimize the chance of being spotted from outside. The weak light revealed rows of canoes and kayaks hanging from the ceiling, creating strange, elongated shadows on the walls. "The office is this way," she murmured, leading me past equipment racks toward a small room at the back. The office was little more than a closet with a desk and filing cabinet. Josephine handed me the flashlight and began rifling through the drawers with practiced efficiency. "What exactly are we looking for?" I asked, nervously scanning the boathouse for any sign of movement. "Incident reports, logbooks from 1996, anything about Andrea." She pulled out a dusty ledger. "Hold the light steady." As she flipped through the yellowed pages, I noticed something unusual. Water was seeping under the door, not from the direction of the lake, but from the main boathouse area we just passed through. "Josephine," I whispered urgently. "There's water coming in." She glanced down, frowning at the thin line of moisture advancing across the floor. "That's not possible. The boathouse is watertight." We both stared as the water continued to spread, soaking into the thin carpet. It didn't behave like normal water. It moved with purpose, seeming to reach toward us rather than simply flowing downhill. "We need to leave," I said, backing away until I hit the desk. "Now." Josephine shoved the ledger into her backpack. "Not yet. I found something." She pointed to an entry dated July 17, 1996. "Look." The page detailed a water safety incident involving camper AW and counselor CW. It was vague, mentioning only that both had been out after curfew and that appropriate disciplinary measures were implemented. "CW," I read aloud. "Catherine Winters?" Josephine nodded grimly. "This proves they were together that night. But there's something strange about this entry. It's dated July 17th. But my mother always said Andrea disappeared on July 15th. Before I could process this discrepancy, a loud splash came from the main area of the boathouse. Not the gentle lapping of the lake against the pillars, but the distinctive sound of something large emerging from water. We froze, eyes locked on the door as water continued to seep underneath, now nearly an inch deep in the small office. "Someone's out there," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Not someone," Josephine corrected, her face pale in the flashlight's glow. "Something." A heavy, wet sound, like sodden footsteps, moved across the boathouse floor, approaching the office. The doorknob turned slowly, metal grinding against metal. Josephine reacted first, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward a small window on the back wall. "Out! Now!" She pushed the window open and helped boost me through. I tumbled onto the narrow maintenance walkway that ran along the boathouse exterior, just a few feet above the water. Josephine followed seconds later, pulling the window closed behind her. "Run!" she hissed, pointing toward the shore. We sprinted along the walkway, our footsteps thundering on the wooden planks. Behind us, the window shattered outward, glass tinkling into the lake. Something dark and glistening pushed through the opening. An arm, impossibly elongated and dripping with lake water. The walkway ended abruptly at a small platform. Below us was the lake, black and forbidding in the starlight. To our right, a short jump away, was the main dock that led back to shore. "We have to jump to the dock," Josephine said, already positioning herself for the leap. "On 3. 1, 2... She never reached 3. From beneath the walkway, something surged upward, splintering the wood beneath our feet. I fell backward, narrowly avoiding the grasping fingers that punched through the planks. Josephine wasn't as lucky. A pale hand, bloated and inhuman, clamped around her ankle. She screamed, a sound quickly cut short as she was yanked downward with impossible strength. The walkway collapsed further, and Josephine disappeared into the black water with barely a splash. "Josephine!" I screamed, scrambling to the edge of the broken platform. The lake's surface was already smooth again, as if nothing had disturbed it. Without thinking, I dove in. The water was shockingly warm, almost body temperature. Beneath the surface, I opened my eyes, expecting the sting of lake water. Instead, I could see with unnatural clarity in what should have been total darkness. Josephine was being pulled downward, her struggles growing weaker as she descended. Above her, or rather, around her, was a figure so horrifying my mind initially refused to process what I was seeing. It wasn't a girl or even a human as I'd expected. The thing dragging Josephine into the depths was a nightmarish amalgamation of disparate parts, limbs of different sizes fused together around a central mass, multiple faces partially merged into one another. I recognized the face I'd seen beneath my canoe among them, but it was just one of many. With a surge of desperate strength, I swam deeper, reaching for Josephine's outstretched hand. Our fingers touched, then clasped. I pulled with all my might, kicking toward the surface. The thing, I couldn't think of it as Andrea anymore, tightened its grip on Josephine's leg. A sound vibrated through the water, not quite a voice but communicating unmistakable rage. More limbs extended from the central mass, reaching for me. My lungs burned for air. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. In a final, desperate effort, I yanked Josephine upward, simultaneously kicking at the grotesque appendage that held her. To my shock, the limb broke off, dissolving into the water like ink. The creature recoiled, its many faces contorting in silent screams. With the last of my strength, I pulled Josephine toward the surface. We broke through together, gasping and choking. The dock was just a few yards away. I dragged her toward it, heaving her onto the wooden planks before hauling myself up beside her. What was that thing?" Josephine sputtered between coughs. Before I could answer, lights flared across the camp. Shouts echoed as counselors and staff emerged from their cabins, alerted by our screams. "It wasn't Andrea," I managed, my voice raw. "It was everyone. Everyone who's gone into that lake and never come back. Understanding dawned in Josephine's eyes, followed by horror. It's collecting them, she whispered. All this time we thought it was just Andrea, but it's been... What in God's name are you two doing? Ms. Winters's voice cut through the night as she strode down the dock, flanked by two counselors. Her face, illuminated by the flashlight she carried, was twisted with an emotion that went beyond anger. It was fear. We know what's in the lake, Josephine said, struggling to her feet. We know what happened to Andrea. What's been happening for years. Ms. Winters went very still. Take these two to the infirmary, she instructed the counselors. They're in shock. Hypothermia, most likely. We're telling everyone, I threatened, finding courage in the aftermath of terror. About the records, about what's really in the lake. No one will believe you, Ms. Winters replied coldly. Two hysterical girls who broke curfew to go swimming? You'll be sent home for endangering yourselves, nothing more. As the counselors led us away, I glanced back at the lake. Its surface was perfectly still once more, but I knew now what lurked beneath. Not a ghost, not a drowned girl seeking revenge, but something far worse. Something that had been feeding on the camp's secrets for decades. And Ms. Winters knew all about it. The infirmary was a small building near the main lodge, equipped with basic medical supplies and 4 narrow beds. The camp nurse, Mrs. Bennett, checked us over with clinical efficiency, clucking her tongue at our soaked clothes and scraped limbs. Hypothermia risk, possible shock, she muttered, wrapping thermal blankets around our shoulders. What possessed you girls to go swimming at this hour? Neither Josephine nor I answered. We sat side by side on one of the beds, shivering despite the warmth of the room. It wasn't cold that made us tremble, but the memory of what we'd seen in the lake's depths. Ms. Winters entered after a brief conversation with the counselors outside. Her face was composed now, the fear I'd seen earlier carefully masked behind a professional demeanor. Mrs. Bennett, would you give us a moment? She asked. I need to speak with the girls about the seriousness of their actions. The nurse hesitated, glancing between us and the camp director. They should rest. It won't take long, Ms. Winters insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Once we were alone, Ms. Winters closed the blinds on the infirmary windows and turned to face us. In the harsh fluorescent lighting, I noticed details about her I hadn't before. The unnatural tightness around her eyes, the slight tremor in her left hand, the way her skin seemed oddly textured in places, almost scale-like. 23 years, she began, her voice eerily calm. I've kept this camp running for 23 years since that night. Do you have any idea what you've done? We know what's in the lake, Josephine replied, her voice stronger than I expected. We know about Andrea and the others. Ms. Winters laughed, a brittle sound devoid of humor. You know nothing. You saw something you can't possibly understand, and now you think you know the truth. Then tell us, I challenged. Tell us what really happened to Andrea Walsh. The camp director studied us for a long moment, as if weighing her options. Finally, she pulled up a chair and sat facing us, her posture rigid. Andrea was special, she began. Different from the other girls. She sensed things, knew things she shouldn't have known. Like you. She nodded toward me. From the moment you arrived, I knew you would be trouble. You have the same sensitivity. What does that mean? I asked, unnerved by the comparison. It means the lake called to her, just as it's been calling to you. Ms. Winters leaned forward. This isn't an ordinary lake. The Native Americans who lived here called it the Devouring Water. They believed it was a gateway to another place. Not heaven or hell, but somewhere in between. Josephine gripped my hand tightly. What happened that night? The records show you were with her. Ms. Winters' expression darkened. Andrea had been sleepwalking toward the lake for days. I started staying up, watching her cabin. That night, I followed her to the dock. She was standing at the edge, staring into the water as if she could see something beneath the surface. She paused, her gaze distant with memory. I tried to take her back to her cabin, but she fought me. Said they were calling her, that she had to join them. I didn't understand what she meant until the water began to move. Move how? I prompted when she fell silent. It rose up, Ms. Winters whispered. Not like a wave, like it was reaching for her. I grabbed her arm, tried to pull her back, but the water, it took her. Pulled her in so fast I barely saw it happen. I dove in after her, but she was just gone. The account aligned with what Josephine had told me about her aunt being an excellent swimmer. If she had been pulled under as suddenly as Ms. Winters described, she would have had no chance to save herself. Why didn't you tell the truth? Josephine demanded. My family has spent 23 years not knowing what really happened to her. Because I did tell the truth at first, Ms. Winters snapped. To the police, to the camp owners. They thought I was insane. Decided I must have been negligent, allowed a camper to drown on my watch. I was nearly charged with criminal negligence. She stood abruptly, pacing the small room. Then the investigators started disappearing. 2 divers went into the lake to search for Andrea's body. Only one came back up, raving about hands in the darkness. He killed himself 3 days later. My skin crawled at the implication. The thing in the lake? It's been there all along? It's been growing, Ms. Winters corrected. Every person it takes becomes part of it. Andrea was just one of many over the centuries, but after her, it became more active, hungry. So you've been feeding it, Josephine said, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. All these years, girls have been having accidents in the lake, becoming part of whatever that thing is. Ms. Winters' face contorted with genuine outrage. I've been protecting them, keeping them away from the deep water, establishing safety protocols. But some always slip through, the ones it calls to, like Andrea, like you. She pointed at me. You recognized me, I realized. The first day, you knew I could sense it. You have the look, she confirmed. The same one Andrea had. That's why I assigned Iris to watch you closely. Why keep the camp open at all? I asked. If you know what's in the lake, why not shut this place down? Ms. Winters laughed again, that same hollow sound. You think I haven't tried? The first year after Andrea, I recommended closure. The owners refused. Too much money invested. When I threatened to go public, I found I couldn't leave. Couldn't leave? Josephine repeated. Ms. Winters rolled up her sleeve slowly, revealing her forearm. In the fluorescent light, the skin appeared mottled, with an almost translucent quality. Beneath the surface, something dark moved, like shadows flowing through water. It marked me that night when I tried to save her, she said quietly. A piece of it, inside me. I can't go beyond the camp boundaries now. Believe me, I've tried. Horror washed over me as I realized the implications. Ms. Winters wasn't just a witness or a conspirator. She was a victim herself, partially claimed by the entity in the lake. So you've been trapped here for 23 years, I said, watching it take more victims. Fewer than you might think, she countered. 3 in all that time. I've gotten better at recognizing the ones it wants, keeping them safe. Until now, Josephine said. It wants her. She nodded toward me. Ms. Winters didn't deny it. It's been more active since you arrived. Agitated. The water temperature has risen 2 degrees in 5 days. That only happens when it's preparing to feed. The clinical way she discussed my potential death chilled me more than the entity itself. What do we do now? You go home, Ms. Winters said firmly. Both of you. First thing tomorrow. I'll tell your parents there was an incident, that you broke curfew and endangered yourselves. It's even true. And then what? Josephine demanded. The camp stays open? That thing keeps growing, taking more girls every few years? My aunt remains part of that abomination? There's nothing to be done about it, Ms. Winters insisted. Nothing human can harm it. Trust me, I've spent 2 decades trying to find a way. There has to be something, I said. Some way to destroy it or contain it. Ms. Winters studied me with a mixture of pity and resignation. The indigenous people who lived here believed it could only be appeased through sacrifice. That's why they abandoned this area centuries ago. Too many of their children went missing. We're not sacrificing anyone, Josephine stated flatly. No, Ms. Winters agreed, which is why you're both leaving tomorrow, and why neither of you will speak of this again to anyone. Or what? I challenged. Ms. Winters leaned close, her voice dropping to a whisper. Or I can't protect you. Not from the thing in the lake, and not from what would happen if the truth got out. The camp would close, yes. But I'm not the only one marked by it. There are others, people in positions of authority who've helped keep this quiet over the years. People who've made their own arrangements with what lives in those waters. The implication was clear. This conspiracy extended beyond the camp, perhaps to local officials or others who had encountered the entity and been changed by it, as Ms. Winters had been. Get some rest, she said, rising to leave. Your parents will be called first thing in the morning. After she left, Josephine and I sat in stunned silence for several minutes. We can't just leave, she finally said, not knowing what we know now. What choice do we have? I asked. You heard her. That thing is beyond our ability to fight. Josephine's expression hardened with determination. Andrea is in there. Part of her anyway. I can't leave her like that. And if we do nothing, more girls will be taken. What are you suggesting? She reached into her still damp backpack and pulled out the ledger we'd stolen from the boathouse. There might be something in here. Records of other incidents, maybe information about the lake's history that could help us understand what we're dealing with. We spent the next hour poring over the water-damaged pages, searching for any clue that might help us confront the entity. Most entries were mundane: equipment maintenance, weather conditions, scheduling notes. But scattered throughout were cryptic references to containment protocols and boundary maintenance. Look at this, Josephine said, pointing to an entry from 1998. Annual reinforcement of ward stones completed. Perimeter secure for another season. Ward stones? I repeated. That sounds like someone's been keeping that thing contained in the lake, Josephine finished. All this time, there's been something holding it back, preventing it from extending its reach beyond the water. Further entries confirmed our theory. Every spring before camp opened, Mr. Harmon and Ms. Winters performed some kind of ritual around the lake's perimeter, placing or reinforcing ward stones at key locations. That's why it can pull people in, but can't come out itself, I realized. These stones form a barrier. A barrier that's weakening, Josephine added grimly, pointing to more recent entries noting deterioration at the northwest marker and increasing pressure on the southern boundary. The most recent entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, was particularly disturbing. Containment failing. Estimate complete breach within 1 season if reinforcement impossible. Alternative measures may be necessary. Alternative measures, I echoed. What does that mean? Josephine closed the ledger, her expression grim. I think Ms. Winters has been planning something desperate. A thought occurred to me then, so terrible I almost couldn't voice it. What if that's why you're here? Why your parents suddenly allowed you to come to the camp where your aunt died? What are you saying? Ms. Winters said the indigenous people believed the entity could be appeased through sacrifice. What if she's been guiding certain girls here? Girls connected to previous victims? The color drained from Josephine's face. You think she brought me here as a potential sacrifice? To appease that thing? Or to save everyone else, I said quietly. If the containment is failing, and she's tried everything else. Before Josephine could respond, the infirmary door opened. Mrs. Bennet returned, looking tired but professional. You girls should try to sleep. We've called your parents, but they won't be able to pick you up until morning. We exchanged a look, silently agreeing to continue our discussion later. As Mrs. Bennet checked our temperatures and blood pressure one final time, I noticed something I'd missed before, a small tattoo on her wrist, partially hidden by her watch. It appeared to be a symbol, concentric circles with lines radiating outward, like a stylized sun or star. The same symbol I'd seen etched into the dock pillars and on stones around the lake's edge. The nurse caught me staring and quickly pulled her sleeve down. Try to rest, she said, her tone suddenly cooler. You've had quite a shock. After she left, I whispered to Josephine. She has the symbol. The ward symbol. They're all in on it, Josephine whispered back. The whole staff must be involved in containing that thing. Or serving it, I suggested darkly. We fell into uneasy silence, both pretending to sleep while our minds raced with the horrifying implications of what we'd discovered. Outside, the night grew deeper, and somewhere beyond the infirmary walls, the lake waited. Patient, hungry, and increasingly unbound. Dawn arrived with a tentative knock on the infirmary door. Iris entered, carrying fresh clothes for both of us. Her usually cheerful demeanor was subdued, her movements stiff as she placed the clothes at the foot of our beds. Your parents have been called, she informed us, avoiding eye contact. They'll arrive around noon. Ms. Winters would like to speak with you both after breakfast. We know about the ward stones, I said bluntly, watching for her reaction. Iris froze momentarily, then continued smoothing out the clothes as if I hadn't spoken. Breakfast is in 20 minutes. I'll come back to escort you. Is that why you're all here? Josephine pressed. To maintain the containment? To feed it when necessary? Iris finally looked at us, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Neither of you do. She lowered her voice. Just go home. Forget about this place. Forget what you saw. Like you've forgotten the girls it's taken? I challenged. Something flashed in Iris's eyes. Anger, or perhaps guilt. We remember everyone, she said quietly. Their names are carved on the stones that keep that thing from spreading beyond the lake. Their sacrifice protects countless others. This confirmation of our worst suspicions left us momentarily speechless. Iris used our silence to retreat, pausing at the door. 20 minutes. Be ready. After she left, Josephine and I dressed quickly, both processing what we'd learned. We need to see those stones, Josephine said as she pulled on the camp-issued sweatshirt. The complete circle of them. Maybe there's a way to strengthen the containment without more sacrifices. Or a way to destroy the entity entirely, I added. If there was, don't you think they would have done it by now? Ms. Winters has been trapped here for 23 years. She's had every reason to find a solution. She had a point. Whatever lived in the lake had resisted all attempts to destroy it for centuries. Even the indigenous people had eventually abandoned the area, rather than continue fighting it. Then what do we do? I asked. Josephine zipped her backpack, which still contained the stolen ledger. First, we play along. Let them think we're cooperating. Then, before our parents arrive, we find those ward stones and see for ourselves what we're dealing with. Breakfast was a tense affair. The other campers watched us curiously as we entered the dining hall with Iris. Rumors had clearly spread about our nighttime adventure, though I doubted anyone had guessed the truth. Samantha approached our table, concern evident on her face. Are you okay? Everyone's saying you went swimming in the middle of the night and nearly drowned. We're fine, I assured her, attempting a casual tone. Just did something stupid. Our parents are coming to get us later. Both of you? But camp just started? Samantha protested. Can't you talk to Ms. Winters, explain it was just a mistake? If only she knew how impossible that was. It's complicated, I said. I'll call you when I get home. Explain everything. Though I had no intention of telling Samantha the truth, some knowledge was too dangerous, too burdensome. Let her enjoy her summer, unaware of what lurked beneath the placid surface of Evergreen Lake. After breakfast, Iris escorted us to Ms. Winters' office in the main lodge. The camp director sat behind a large oak desk, looking as if she hadn't slept. The strange mottling on her skin seemed more pronounced in the morning light, extending visibly up her neck. Your parents will be here in a few hours, she began without preamble. Until then, you'll remain under supervision. No wandering, no talking to other campers about what happened last night. We know about the Wardstones, Josephine said, repeating what we'd told Iris. We know you've been using them to contain the entity in the lake. Ms. Winters' expression didn't change. Then you understand the gravity of the situation. This isn't some ghost story or urban legend. What lives in that lake has been there since before European settlers arrived. It's patient, intelligent, and growing stronger. The ledger mentioned the containment is failing, I said. What happens when it breaks completely? Ms. Winters sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of her years and more. First, the water will rise. The lake will expand beyond its natural boundaries. Then, it will begin to spread its influence. Dreams at first, calling to people for miles around. Those who answer the call will walk into the water voluntarily, adding to its mass. Eventually, it won't need the water at all. It will be able to extend itself onto land. The horror of this scenario struck us both silent. It wasn't just Camp Evergreen at risk, but potentially the entire region. How long? Josephine finally asked. At the current rate of deterioration? By next summer, the containment will fail completely. Ms. Winters leaned forward. That's why we've been researching alternatives, ways to strengthen the Wardstones or other solutions. Sacrifices, I said flatly, like the indigenous people used to do. Ms. Winters didn't deny it. Voluntary ones, if possible. Those already marked by the lake who carry a piece of it within them. Like me. The implication stunned us. You're planning to sacrifice yourself? Josephine asked. I've been preparing for it for years, Ms. Winters confirmed. Strengthening my connection to the entity, learning its patterns, its weaknesses, such as they are. When the time comes, I'll offer myself willingly. It may buy another decade of containment. Or it might make it stronger, I countered. If you're already partially merged with it, your sacrifice could be exactly what it needs to break free completely. Doubt flickered across Ms. Winters' face. That's a possibility we've considered, but the alternatives are worse. There has to be another way, Josephine insisted. Something in the camp's history, or in the indigenous lore about the lake. Ms. Winters was quiet for a moment, studying us both. There is one account from the 1800s, when the first European settlers came to this area. A traveling preacher claimed to have confronted the entity and driven it deeper into the lake, weakening it temporarily. How? I pressed, desperate for any solution that didn't involve human sacrifice. The account is fragmented. Something about purification through sacred flame and binding the water with earth and air. Most likely religious symbolism rather than literal instructions. Ms. Winters shook her head. We've tried everything over the years. Fire, chemicals, even explosives placed strategically around the lake. Nothing affects it. But something in her words had triggered a memory. Mr. Harmon's careful explanation of the lake's unusual hydrology and underground springs. The springs, I said suddenly. The underwater currents. That's how it spreads its influence, isn't it? Through the water system beneath the lake. Ms. Winters looked surprised at my insight. Yes, the entity isn't confined to the lake itself. It extends through the underground water table. The ward stones create a perimeter that prevents it from expanding further, but they don't affect the deep connections. So to truly contain it, you'd need to cut off those underground connections, Josephine reasoned. Seal the springs somehow. Precisely what we've been unable to do, Ms. Winters confirmed. We've consulted geologists, hydrologists, discreetly, of course. The spring system is too extensive, too deep. We'd need to essentially restructure the entire lakebed. An idea was forming in my mind. An impossible, dangerous idea that nonetheless felt right. What if you didn't need to seal every spring? What if you just needed to change what flows through them? Both Josephine and Ms. Winters looked at me questioningly. The entity is water-based, I continued, thinking aloud. Everything we've seen suggests it needs water to maintain its form and influence. What if we introduce something into the spring system that would make the water inhospitable to it? We've tried chemicals, Ms. Winters reminded me. Industrial-strength compounds that would have killed any natural organism. The entity simply absorbed them, incorporated them into itself. Not chemicals, I said. Something elemental, something natural that opposes water. Understanding dawned on Josephine's face. Fire. Not literal flames, but its essence. Heat. The geothermal vents. Ms. Winters breathed, her eyes widening. There's a dormant geothermal system beneath this region. It's why the lake never freezes, even in the deepest winter. If those vents could be activated somehow, I suggested, the increased heat might drive the entity back, weaken it enough that the ward stones could fully contain it again. Ms. Winters was already moving, pulling old maps and geological surveys from a cabinet behind her desk. The original camp builders considered using the geothermal energy for heating, but abandoned the idea as too costly. The surveys should still be here. She spread several yellowed documents across her desk. We gathered around, examining diagrams of the lake and the surrounding geological features. One map, dated 1962, showed the network of springs feeding into the lake, with several larger ones marked in red. These are the main intake points, Ms. Winters explained, pointing to the red markings. If we could introduce enough heat here, here, and here, it might create a natural barrier. How do we activate dormant geothermal vents? Josephine asked, the practical question bringing us back to reality. Ms. Winters straightened, a new determination in her bearing. There are methods. Drilling, hydraulic stimulation. But they require specialized equipment, expertise, and time, I added, which we don't have. Our parents will be here in a few hours. Leave that to me, Ms. Winters said with surprising resolve. I can delay them, create some excuse about road closures or administrative procedures. Josephine looked skeptical. Why are you suddenly willing to help us? You were ready to send us home and continue with your sacrifice plan. Ms. Winters' expression softened slightly. Because in 23 years, you're the first to suggest something we haven't tried. Something that addresses the root of the problem rather than just containing its symptoms. She moved to her desk phone and dialed a number. Mr. Harmon, meet me in my office immediately, and bring the old geological equipment from Storage Shed 3. After hanging up, she turned back to us. If we're going to do this, we need to move quickly. The entity will sense what we're attempting. It will try to stop us. How? I asked, suddenly fearful. It's confined to the lake. Its physical form is, Ms. Winters corrected. But its influence extends further. It can affect weather patterns near the lake, manipulate local wildlife, and... She hesitated. Work through those it has marked. She rolled up her sleeve again, revealing the mottled skin beneath. Like me, part of me belongs to it already. If it senses a true threat, it might be able to override my resistance. Then we need help, Josephine declared. People who haven't been marked, who can continue if you're compromised. Ms. Winters nodded reluctantly. Mr. Harmon has remained relatively unaffected. He never enters the water. And there's Mrs. Bennett. She joined us only 2 years ago, primarily to help research potential solutions. What about Iris and the other counselors? I asked. To varying degrees, all the long-term staff have been influenced. It's unavoidable when you spend years near the lake. But some have developed more resistance than others. The door opened, and Mr. Harmon entered, carrying a large metal case. His weathered face registered surprise at seeing us, then understanding, as he took in the map spread across the desk. You're going to attempt stimulation, he stated, rather than asked. Ms. Winters nodded. These two have provided insight we've been missing. We need to target the main springs, introduce enough heat to drive the entity back and weaken its hold. Mr. Harmon set down the case and opened it, revealing an array of sophisticated equipment, drilling attachments, measuring devices, and what appeared to be small explosive charges. These were left by the Geological Survey team in the 70s, he explained, noticing my alarmed expression. Controlled charges designed to open blocked thermal vents. We considered using them years ago, but couldn't determine the correct placement points. The wardstones, Josephine said suddenly. They must be positioned at key points around the lake, places where the entity's influence is strongest. Ms. Winters looked impressed. Yes, they correspond to the mainspring outlets. Then that's where we place the charges, I concluded. Not to destroy the wardstones, but to use their positions as guides for accessing the underground system. As Mr. Harmon and Ms. Winters began discussing technical details, I felt a strange sensation. A pressure behind my eyes, accompanied by a faint humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. From Josephine's pained expression, I could tell she felt it too. It knows, I whispered to her. It's aware of what we're planning. Outside, the weather was changing rapidly. The clear morning sky had darkened with ominous clouds that seemed to gather directly over the lake. A wind had risen, bending the trees along the shoreline. We need to move quickly, Ms. Winters announced, gathering the maps. Mr. Harmon, assemble a team. Mrs. Bennett, Iris, if you think she's strong enough, and Max from maintenance. Tell them only what they absolutely need to know. What about us? Josephine asked. Ms. Winters hesitated. You should remain here, where it's safer. No, I said firmly. We discovered this solution. We're seeing it through. And Andrea was my aunt, Josephine added. I have a right to be there, if there's any chance of freeing her from that thing. After a moment's consideration, Ms. Winters nodded. Very well, but you follow instructions precisely. No heroics, no deviations from the plan. Understood? We both agreed, though I wondered if any plan could truly prepare us for confronting the entity again. As we exited the office, the wind outside had strengthened to a gale, and distant thunder rolled across the sky. The lake, visible through the lodge windows, was no longer still. Its surface roiled with waves that seemed to move against the wind, as if something enormous was stirring in its depths. The storm intensified as our small group made its way toward the lake. Wind whipped through the trees, sending branches crashing to the ground around us. The sky had darkened to an unnatural shade of green-black, and lightning flashed directly over the water with increasing frequency. It's fighting back, Ms. Winters shouted over the wind. The entity controls the local weather patterns when threatened. Our group consisted of 7 people. Ms. Winters, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Bennett, Max, a burly maintenance worker, Iris, Josephine, and myself. We carried equipment distributed among waterproof backpacks, drilling attachments, the small explosive charges, and various measuring devices. Mr. Harmon led us not to the main dock, but to a less-used trail that circled the lake. We need to access all 12 wardstones, he explained. They form a complete perimeter around the water. The first stone was located in a small clearing about 50 yards from the shore. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, just a rough boulder about waist high. But as we approached, I could see the elaborate symbols carved into its surface, concentric circles, radiating lines, and strange angular glyphs that seemed to shift when viewed directly. More striking was the name carved at the stone's base, Andrea Walsh. Josephine stopped abruptly upon seeing it. "You used her name," she said to Ms. Winters, accusation in her voice. "You bound her to this place even after death." "Not my choice," Ms. Winters replied grimly. "The stones draw power from connection. Names have power, especially the names of those the entity has claimed. They help maintain the barrier." Mr. Harmon had already begun setting up equipment, unfazed by the increasingly violent weather. He attached a narrow drill bit to a portable motor and began carefully boring into the ground beside the stone. "The ward stones are positioned directly above the mainspring outlets," Ms. Winters explained as we watched. "We need to create access points approximately 15 feet deep to reach the water channels." The drill made surprisingly quick progress through the soil and underlying rock. Once it reached the desired depth, Mr. Harmon withdrew it and prepared one of the small cylindrical charges. "These are designed for geological work," he assured us, noting our nervous expressions. "Highly directed, minimal collateral impact. They'll create fissures that allow the deeper geothermal heat to rise into the spring channels." As he lowered the charge into the hole, a horrific screeching sound cut through the storm's noise. It came from the lake, a sound no natural creature could make, like metal tearing combined with 1,000 voices crying out in unison. The water began to rise visibly, swelling toward the shore in defiance of natural tides or wind patterns. A thick mist formed above its surface, rapidly spreading toward us. "It's extending itself," Ms. Winters warned. "Everyone stay back from the water's edge." Mr. Harmon finished setting the first charge and activated its timer. 10 minutes, he announced. "We need to move quickly to the next position." We hurried along the trail to the second ward stone, fighting against wind that seemed deliberately intent on pushing us toward the encroaching water. The mist had reached the shoreline now, advancing through the trees like seeking tendrils. The second stone bore another name, Eleanor Price, 2007. One of the 3 victims Ms. Winters had mentioned from her 23 years at the camp. Mr. Harmon repeated the drilling process while Max and Mrs. Bennett kept watch on the approaching mist. "If it touches you, don't panic," Ms. Winters instructed. "It's attempting to establish connection, to access your thoughts. Focus on something concrete, a memory, a name, a simple counting pattern. Don't let your mind wander." As if summoned by her warning, the mist surged forward suddenly, enveloping our group before we could retreat. It was warm and thick, clinging to skin and clothes with unnatural persistence. And within it, I heard voices, whispers at first, then clearer communications. "Join us. Be part of something greater. No more pain. No more fear. Only belonging." The voices were seductive, promising peace and acceptance. I found myself taking an involuntary step toward the lake, drawn by their hypnotic quality. "Focus!" Ms. Winters shouted, her voice seeming to come from a great distance. "Ground yourselves!" With tremendous effort, I pulled my thoughts back, concentrating on a simple multiplication table. 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 2 is 8. Anything to drown out the enticing whispers. Not everyone was successful. Iris had begun walking steadily toward the water, her eyes glazed and unfocused. Max lunged forward, grabbing her arm and physically restraining her. "Finished," Mr. Harmon announced, activating the second charge. "Next location quickly." We moved as a group, supporting those who struggled against the entity's influence. The mist followed, thickening around us. Through breaks in the fog, I could see the lake water had risen several feet, now lapping at areas of the camp that should have been well above the shoreline. The third ward stone bore the name Maria Gonzalez, 2013. The fourth, Samuel Winters. Josephine noticed the last name immediately. "A relative?" she asked Ms. Winters. "My husband, the camp director replied, her voice hollow. He came looking for me after I couldn't leave. The entity took him instead. This revelation cast Ms. Winter's decades-long vigil in a new light. She hadn't just been trapped here by the mark on her skin, she'd been bound by grief and guilt as well. By the sixth stone, the first charge detonated. The ground shook beneath our feet, and from the direction of the first ward stone, a plume of steam erupted. A moment later, an unearthly howl rose from the lake, the entity's response to the first successful geothermal breach. It's working, Mrs. Bennett confirmed, checking readings on a thermometer-like device. Water temperature at the first spring is rising rapidly. The entity's reaction was immediate and violent. The mist around us congealed, becoming almost solid in consistency. It pressed against us from all sides, seeking entry through every available opening, nostrils, mouths, even the pores of our skin. Ms. Winters suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Her skin rippled as if something moved beneath it, and when she opened her eyes, they were completely black. "You cannot stop what has always been," she said, her voice overlaid with countless others speaking in unison. "This vessel has served us faithfully. Now all of you will join the collective." Mr. Harmon reacted without hesitation, dragging Ms. Winters away from the equipment as she thrashed and clawed at him. "Continue the work," he shouted to Max and Mrs. Bennett. "Complete the circle." The second charge detonated, then the third in quick succession. Each blast sent more steam rising from the ground, and with each release, the entity's howls grew more desperate. We pushed forward through the mist, completing the preparations at each ward stone. My lungs burned from the effort of filtering the thick air, and my skin crawled with the sensation of countless invisible fingers probing for weakness. Josephine stayed close beside me, her face set in grim determination. "3 more," she encouraged as we reached the 10th stone. "We're almost there." The lake had risen to unprecedented levels, flooding much of the camp. From our elevated position on the trail, we could see cabins partially submerged, the main dock completely underwater. The entity was throwing its full might against us, using the very element it controlled as a weapon. As Max finished drilling at the 11th stone, a massive surge of water burst from the lake, forming into a towering column that defied physics and gravity. At its center was a shape, a grotesque amalgamation of human features, partially formed and constantly shifting. Multiple limbs extended from a central mass, and faces pressed outward from within, mouths open in silent screams. Among them, I recognized the face I'd seen beneath my canoe, young, female, with an expression of eternal torment. Andrea Walsh, or what remained of her. "Andrea!" Josephine cried out, taking an involuntary step toward the apparition. "It's not her." I grabbed Josephine's arm, pulling her back. "Not anymore. It's using her image to manipulate you." The water column surged forward, sweeping across the ground toward us. Mr. Harmon shouted a warning, but too late. The leading edge engulfed Max before he could retreat. We watched in horror as he was lifted off his feet, his body seeming to dissolve into the churning mass. "The charge!" Mrs. Bennett screamed. "It's still in his hand." Indeed, the final explosive was clutched in Max's partially subsumed fist as the entity absorbed him. If we couldn't retrieve it or activate it, our entire plan would fail at the final step. Without thinking, I lunged forward, reaching into the water column for the charge. The liquid felt alive, clinging to my arm with conscious malevolence. Faces pressed against my skin. Max is among them now, his features already blurring as he was assimilated into the collective. My fingers brushed against the metal cylinder. With a supreme effort, I closed my hand around it and yanked backward. The entity resisted, pulling against me. For a terrible moment, I felt myself being drawn inward, my consciousness beginning to fragment as hundreds of voices crowded into my mind. Then Josephine was beside me, her arms around my waist, pulling with all her strength. Together, we tore free, falling backward onto solid ground with the charge clutched in my burning hand. Mr. Harmon didn't waste a moment. He grabbed the device, rushed to the 11th drilling site, and dropped it in, activating the timer. "Final position," he shouted, already moving toward the 12th ward stone. The entity's water column collapsed, splashing back to the ground but immediately beginning to reform. We ran the final 100 yards to the last stone, which stood atop a small rise overlooking the lake. This stone was different from the others, larger, more elaborately carved, and bearing no single name. Instead, it was covered with dozens of names, dates stretching back centuries. At its base, a small depression had been carved out, lined with metal that gleamed dully in the stormlight. "The Master Stone," Mrs. Bennett explained as Mr. Harmon began drilling. "The focal point of the entire containment system. The 12 stones form a circle, but this one channels their energy." The 11th charge detonated, and the entity's scream reached a new pitch of rage and pain. The water column had reformed, larger than before, surging toward our position with frightening speed. "It knows what we're doing," Mrs. Bennett said, her voice surprisingly calm. "It will throw everything it has at us now." Mr. Harmon finished drilling and prepared to place the final charge. As he reached for the detonator, the ground beneath us trembled violently. A fissure opened between him and the hole, nearly swallowing him before he leaped clear. "I can't reach it," he shouted, as the crack widened. The water column was almost upon us, its leading edge morphing into grasping hands and snarling mouths. Within its mass, I could now see not just Andrea and Max, but Ms. Winters as well. Her form distorted but recognizable among the countless others. Josephine stepped forward, the final charge in her hand. She had retrieved it when Mr. Harmon dropped it. "I'll do it," she said, determination in every line of her body. "For Andrea." Before anyone could stop her, she leaped across the widening fissure, landing precariously on the other side. The entity surged forward, water crashing around her legs as she knelt by the drill hole. "Josephine!" I screamed, watching in horror as the water began to creep up her body. She looked back at me one last time, a sad smile on her face. "Tell my mother what really happened," she called. "Tell her Andrea wasn't alone." With that, she dropped the charge into the hole and pressed the detonator. The entity's water engulfed her completely, just as the ground beneath the Master Stone erupted in a geyser of steam and superheated water. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the entity. A chain reaction spread from the Master Stone to each of the 11 other sites, creating a circle of roaring geysers around the lake. The water column collapsed entirely, unable to maintain cohesion as the temperature rose. From the lake itself came a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard, not rage or pain, but something more complex. It reminded me of ice cracking on a frozen pond, multiplied 1,000-fold. The surface of the water began to literally fracture, as if it were a solid mass breaking apart. Steam rose in massive clouds, obscuring our view of the lake and most of the camp. The wind, which had been howling around us, stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the hissing of the geysers and the continuing crack of the lake's surface. When the steam finally cleared enough for us to see, the lake had changed fundamentally. Its water level had dropped dramatically, revealing long submerged features of the lakebed. But more significantly, the water itself had changed. No longer the unnaturally clear dark blue it had been, but a cloudy, mineral-rich turquoise typical of geothermal pools. Where Josephine had stood, there was no sign remaining. The Master Stone had cracked down the middle, its elaborate carvings disrupted but still partially legible. Mr. Harmon approached it cautiously, testing the ground with each step. "It worked," he said in disbelief. "The geothermal activation created a natural barrier the entity couldn't overcome. The heat, it forced it deeper, away from its sources of power." "Is it destroyed?" I asked, my voice raw from screaming Josephine's name. Mrs. Bennett shook her head. "Not destroyed, contained, perhaps permanently this time." She pointed to the fractured lake surface. "What you're seeing is its physical form breaking apart, losing cohesion. Without access to new material, it can't maintain itself. I understood what she meant by material. People, victims like Andrea and Max and now Josephine. The thought made me sick with grief and rage. And the others? The people it took? Are they released, I believe, Mrs. Bennet said gently. Not restored. That would be impossible after assimilation, but freed from the collective consciousness that bound them to the entity. I stared at the transformed lake, wanting to believe her but consumed by the knowledge of Josephine's sacrifice. She had given her life to end this horror, to free her aunt's spirit and prevent more victims. In the days that followed, as authorities tried to make sense of the natural disaster that had struck Camp Evergreen, I maintained the fiction that Josephine and I had simply been caught in a sudden storm and geological event, that Josephine had been swept away by floodwaters, that the strange lights and sounds reported by other campers were lightning and thunder. The camp closed permanently. The official explanation cited geological instability and unexpected thermal activity, rendering the site unsafe. Most of the staff disappeared quietly, moving on to other jobs in distant places. Mr. Harmon remained to oversee the demolition of the remaining structures and implementation of a permanent restricted zone around the lake. I returned home, carrying the truth with me like a physical weight. I kept my promise to Josephine, visiting her mother to explain what had really happened to Andrea and to her daughter. Whether she believed me or not, I couldn't say. But the letter I received months later, thanking me for giving her closure after so many years of uncertainty, suggested that on some level she accepted the truth. Sometimes, in my dreams, I still see Josephine's face in that final moment, not afraid, but resolute. I see Andrea too, and others I never knew, their features gradually separating from the grotesque collective, finding peace as they dissolved not into the entity, but into freedom. The lake remains cordoned off, classified as a geological hazard zone. Satellite images show it has continued to change, becoming smaller and more obviously geothermal in nature. Scientists study it from a distance, puzzled by its rapid transformation, but unwilling to approach too closely. They report that the water temperature remains unusually high, that wildlife avoids the area, that instruments malfunction when placed too near the shore. What they don't report, what they can't measure, is the absence. The lake is just a lake now. The weight of malevolence that hung over it for centuries has lifted. The hungry presence that waited in its depths has retreated to some place we can't reach. I know this because I visited once, a year after it happened. Standing at the edge of the restricted zone, I felt nothing calling to me. No whispers, no unsettling awareness of being watched. Just the ordinary sounds of wind through trees and water lapping at a rocky shore. Before leaving, I placed flowers on the fractured master stone, not just for Josephine and Andrea, but for all those whose names were carved into its surface. The victims and the guardians. The sacrificed and the saved. The entity may not be destroyed, may never be truly gone, but it is contained, weakened, pushed back to whatever dark place spawned it. And if someday it begins to rise again, the knowledge of how to fight it remains, in my memories, in the geological records, in the truth I've preserved. Some nightmares can't be defeated entirely, but they can be faced, understood, and ultimately contained. I haven't been swimming since that summer. I probably never will again. Some fears mark you permanently, become part of who you are. But I've learned to live with the memories, to use them as a reminder of both human fragility and strength, of how much we risk when we ignore the warnings of the past, and how much we can accomplish when we face our deepest fears together. The Trans-Canada Highway fell away behind me as I turned onto the logging road, my Jeep bouncing over the uneven ground. 3 hours north of Thunder Bay, Ontario, I was already deeper into the wilderness than most weekend campers ventured. The radio had stopped picking up signals an hour ago, leaving only the rumble of tires on gravel and the occasional ping of rocks against the undercarriage. My name is Daniel Mercer, wildlife photographer and self-proclaimed adventure junkie. After 15 years of capturing images across 6 continents, I'd returned to my native Canada with a singular purpose: to document the untouched corners of the boreal forest. At least, that's what I told my editor. The truth was more complex, wrapped in childhood memories and local legends that had haunted the northern communities for generations. The Algonquin called it Wendigo territory. The loggers had their own stories of the hairy man of the woods. Scientists dismissed it all as folklore, but the locals knew better. Something walked these forests that defied conventional explanation. The GPS blinked out as pine branches closed overhead, forming a natural tunnel. I consulted my topographical map, tracing the route to Mackenzie Lake, a pristine body of water that hadn't seen regular human traffic since the logging operation shut down in '97. According to my research, there had been 17 reported sightings within 50 kilometers of the lake since 1985. 3 in the last year alone. As dusk approached, I found the clearing I'd marked, a natural opening among ancient pines with a view of the western shoreline. Perfect for both camp and wildlife observation. I worked efficiently, pitching my 4-season tent, hanging my food cache from a branch well away from my sleeping area, and setting up my primary camera trap facing the game trail that cut through the northern edge of the clearing. Only when the necessities were secured did I allow myself to listen to the forest. The wind whispered through pine needles, carrying scents of resin and decay. Somewhere distant, a loon called across water, its mournful cry echoing unanswered. But underneath it all was something else. A sensation more than a sound, the weight of awareness, of being watched. Just wildlife, I murmured, feeding branches into my small camp stove. The flames cast dancing shadows across my equipment. Bears, wolves, maybe a moose, nothing unusual. I'd spent enough nights in the wilderness to recognize the normal prickle of caution that comes with being a vulnerable human in predator territory. This felt different, more targeted, more deliberate. As full darkness descended, I reviewed my equipment one final time. Cameras, satellite phone, bear spray, and the Winchester rifle I'd inherited from my grandfather. I wasn't typically one for firearms, but something about this trip had prompted me to bring it. Call it intuition, call it paranoia. A branch snapped in the darkness, loud, deliberate, from somewhere beyond the light of my fire. Too heavy for a deer, too careless for a predator. I reached for the rifle, flicking the safety off with practiced ease. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. "Anyone there?" The forest went silent. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing. Then came the smell. Musky, primal, like wet fur and old blood. A smell no experienced woodsman would mistake for anything familiar. In my 15 years of wilderness photography across the globe, I'd encountered predators of all kinds. I documented tigers in India, polar bears in the Arctic, and crocodiles in the Amazon. But nothing in my experience had prepared me for what I felt in that moment. Pure, instinctual dread. Something inhuman was circling my camp. Sleep came in fitful bursts that night, my hand never far from the rifle beside my sleeping bag. Each time I drifted off, I'd jerk awake to sounds just beyond perception. Heavy footfalls, breathing that didn't match the rhythm of the forest, and once, a guttural vocalization unlike any animal I could identify. When dawn finally broke, I found the first evidence that my fears weren't merely imagination. A perfect line of tracks skirting the perimeter of my camp, pressed deep into the soft earth. Bigger than any bear print I'd ever documented. The stride length alone suggested a creature over 7 feet tall. I photographed each print methodically, placing my size 11 boot beside one for scale. My foot looked childlike in comparison. As I followed the tracks to the edge of the clearing, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. One of my remote camera traps had been dismantled. Not destroyed in the way a curious bear might, but carefully taken apart, the memory card missing. Something intelligent, something deliberate, something that understood exactly what my equipment was designed to do. And it didn't want to be seen. The lake stretched before me like a mirror, reflecting the morning sky with perfect clarity. Mackenzie Lake was renowned among locals for its unusual depth, over 200 meters in some places, and the strange stories that surrounded it. Indigenous elders spoke of spirits dwelling beneath its surface, and even the hardened loggers who'd worked the area refused to fish its waters. I paddled my collapsible kayak toward the center, intent on gathering samples for a biologist friend researching microbiome variations in isolated water systems. The rhythmic dip and pull of my paddle was meditative, allowing my mind to process the unsettling discoveries of the morning. The tracks were real, not imagination, not a practical joke. Something massive had circled my camp during the night, something intelligent enough to disable a camera trap. Rationalize it, I whispered to myself, words creating small puffs of condensation in the cool morning air. Black bear standing on hind legs, maybe a moose with unusual gait. But the excuses rang hollow. I'd tracked both species extensively. These were bipedal prints with 5 distinct toe impressions, too large for human, too structured for bear. A loon surfaced nearby, its red eyes regarding me with ancient curiosity before disappearing beneath the surface. I watched the ripples spread outward, mesmerized by the perfect symmetry of their expansion. Then I noticed that another set of ripples was intersecting with the first, ripples that couldn't have come from the diving bird. Something else had disturbed the water, something large, moving beneath the surface parallel to my kayak. I froze, paddle suspended mid-stroke, watching as the disturbance created a subtle wake. Whatever was down there was at least the size of a large sturgeon, but moved with deliberate purpose rather than the sinuous pattern of a fish. The wake disappeared, and I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Just as I convinced myself it was simply an underwater current, the kayak jolted violently upward, nearly capsizing as something struck its underside. Heart pounding, I scrambled to stabilize the craft. Water sloshed over the sides, soaking my equipment. I reached for my waterproof camera, desperate to document whatever was happening, when the attack came again, this time with enough force to send me sprawling into the frigid waters of Mackenzie Lake. The cold hit like a physical blow, driving air from my lungs. I surfaced, gasping, just in time to see my kayak flipping completely over. My sample containers and scientific equipment sank rapidly into the crystal-clear depths. Through the perfect visibility, I watched them disappear into a darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow light itself. I treaded water, calculating my position. The shore was perhaps 200 meters away, a challenging swim in cold water, but manageable for someone with my experience. I struck out with powerful strokes, fighting the growing numbness in my extremities. Halfway to shore, I felt it, a gentle brush against my leg. Not the bump of a fish or the tangle of weeds, but the unmistakable sensation of fingers, long, powerful digits curling briefly around my ankle before releasing. Panic surged through me, overriding training and experience. I thrashed toward shore with desperate intensity, no longer concerned with form or efficiency. Behind me, something large displaced water. I could feel the pressure wave against my feet and legs. I didn't look back. Some primal instinct warned that seeing what pursued me would steal precious seconds I couldn't afford to lose. My feet finally struck bottom near the shoreline, and I half swam, half staggered onto the rocky beach, collapsing onto the stones. For several minutes, I simply lay there, coughing and shivering, before gathering the courage to look back at the lake. The surface was again a perfect mirror, undisturbed by wind or wildlife. My overturned kayak was nowhere to be seen. It was as if the lake had swallowed it whole. As my breathing steadied, I noticed something on the shoreline several meters away. My waterproof camera case, deliberately placed on a flat rock, its latches carefully opened. The memory card was missing, just like the one from my camera trap. Something intelligent enough to recognize what held the images. Something that didn't want to be recorded. I staggered back toward camp, hyper-aware of the forest around me. The sense of being watched had intensified, and twice I spun around, certain I'd glimpsed movement among the trees, a flash of something tall and dark slipping between trunks with impossible silence for its size. From across the lake came a sound that stopped me in my tracks. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something that raised the hair on my neck and sent birds exploding from the treetops. It held for nearly 15 seconds, modulating in pitch and intensity in a way that suggested communication rather than random vocalization. I fumbled for my satellite phone, fingers trembling as I dialed the only person who might understand what I was experiencing. "Professor Nakamura," I said when the call connected, my voice tight with controlled panic. "It's Daniel Mercer. I'm at Mackenzie Lake. I think I've found it. And I think there's more than one." The line went dead, either from poor connection or something more deliberate. When I glanced down at the phone's screen, a single message appeared before the device powered down completely. "Get out now. They're not what we thought." The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy as I inventoried what remained of my equipment. The loss of my kayak and underwater sampling gear was devastating, but the real blow was psychological. Whatever was in these woods, whatever had circled my camp and pursued me in the lake, was methodically isolating me. First the camera traps, then my satellite phone, which refused to power back on, despite having shown nearly full battery moments before it died. Even my GPS unit was now displaying coordinates that made no sense, putting me somehow in northern Quebec rather than Ontario. I spread my topographical map across a flat rock, confirming my position the old-fashioned way. Mackenzie Lake was clearly marked, its unusual depth indicated by tightly clustered contour lines. I traced the shortest route back to the logging road, approximately 15 kilometers of dense forest, with one significant obstacle, a ravine cutting across my path about 5 kilometers east. "If I break camp now," I muttered, calculating distances against fading daylight, "I'd hit the ravine at dusk. Bad place to be after dark." The rational choice was to spend one more night, leave at first light, and push through to the road before nightfall tomorrow. But rationality was becoming increasingly difficult to cling to. I activated my backup satellite beacon, a simple emergency device that broadcast GPS coordinates to search and rescue services when triggered. It was meant as a last resort, but circumstances warranted caution. The small LED blinked reassuringly, indicating successful activation. Returning to camp, I discovered my tent had been disturbed, not ripped open like a bear might do, but methodically searched. My sleeping bag lay unzipped, my clothing neatly piled rather than stuffed in the backpack where I'd left it. Most disturbing was the arrangement of my field guides on Canadian wildlife, open to pages on great apes and primates, forming a semicircle on the ground. It was a message, or perhaps a question. From my backpack, I removed the small leather journal I'd found among my grandfather's belongings after his death. The pages were filled with meticulous notes and sketches documenting his encounters in these same forests 50 years earlier. Most wildlife biologists had dismissed his work as the fantasies of an amateur cryptozoologist, but I'd recognized the precision of his observations, the same methodical documentation I employed in my own work. I flipped to a dog-eared page containing a detailed sketch of a footprint nearly identical to those I'd photographed that morning. Beside it, my grandfather had written, "Linguistic capabilities confirmed. Responds to recorded calls. Evidence of tool use and social structure. Not ape, not human. Something parallel. Evolution finds many paths." Below this was a phonetic transcription of sounds he claimed to have recorded. Sounds remarkably similar to what I'd heard across the lake. The implications were staggering, If my grandfather was right, what walked these woods wasn't some undiscovered species of great ape, but something far more complex. A parallel evolutionary branch that had developed intelligence comparable to our own, while remaining hidden from scientific documentation. The crack of a branch snapping jerked me from my thoughts. I reached for the rifle, scanning the forest edge. Nothing moved, but the sensation of being watched intensified. "I know you're there," I called, surprising myself with my boldness. "I'm not here to harm you, I just want to understand." Silence answered, heavy with potential. Then, from a different direction came another deliberate snap of wood. Then another from elsewhere in the forest. They were surrounding the camp again, just as they had the previous night. I retreated to the center of the clearing, rifle ready, but pointed safely at the ground. My grandfather's notes suggested they understood the concept of weapons, possibly even firearms specifically. The forest had gone silent again, but this time the silence felt expectant rather than threatening. Testing a theory, I carefully set the rifle down on a flat rock, stepped back with hands raised, and waited. Minutes passed. Then, from the densest section of forest came a soft, rumbling vocalization. Not aggressive, but questioning. I remained still, hands visible, controlling my breathing despite the hammering of my heart. Movement caught my eye, a subtle shifting of shadows that didn't match the wind patterns through the trees. Something large moved with deliberate slowness, partially obscured by the undergrowth. I glimpsed what might have been an arm, massively muscled and covered in dark hair, reaching out to bend a sapling aside. Before I could see more, my emergency beacon erupted in a series of loud electronic beeps from inside my backpack, the automated response indicating the signal had been received and help was being dispatched. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. From all around the clearing came explosive vocalizations, not the curious rumbles of moments before, but alarm calls of unmistakable hostility. Trees shook as massive figures retreated rapidly into deeper forest. I lunged for my backpack, frantically digging for the beacon to silence it, but the damage was done. I'd inadvertently betrayed the tentative moment of contact. Worse, I'd associated myself with the electronic technology they seemed to distrust or fear. As night fell, I built my fire larger than safety would normally dictate, constructing a barrier of flames around my tent. The forest remained ominously quiet, but the sense of being watched had transformed into something more targeted, an evaluating presence that seemed to be making calculations. In the darkness beyond my firelight, eyes occasionally reflected the flames. Not at ground level where deer or predators would be, but at a height of over 7 feet. They never remained visible for more than a second, blinking out of existence as their owners shifted position. I retreated to my tent with the rifle across my lap, reading through my grandfather's journal by flashlight. On the final pages, his handwriting had become increasingly urgent, the normally meticulous notes replaced by hastily scrawled warnings. They remember generations of conflict with loggers, hunters, trappers. They associate human technology with threat. The younger ones want war. The elders restrain them, but their influence wanes. Stay away from water. They use it. They've always used it. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks before his fatal hunting accident, simply read, "They've made their decision about me. I hear them outside now. If found, destroy cameras. Names in my will know what to do." I closed the journal with trembling hands, understanding now why my grandfather's body had been discovered with all recording equipment methodically destroyed, why his research had never been published despite his meticulous documentation. Outside my tent, something heavy moved past, close enough that the ground vibrated slightly with each footfall. Not circling now, but deliberately approaching. I raised the rifle, finger resting lightly beside the trigger guard. The zipper of my tent began to rise, pulled from outside by something strong enough to break the interior lock I'd secured. I aimed the rifle at the widening gap, fighting against panic. Instead of the massive, hairy figure I expected, A smooth stone rolled through the opening, coming to rest on my sleeping bag. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see it was no ordinary rock, but one that had been worked, shaped into a crude but recognizable humanoid form with deep grooves marking eyes and mouth. A warning, a message. Before I could decipher its meaning, my radio crackled to life, equipment I'd written off as useless hours ago. Through bursts of static came a voice I recognized immediately. Professor Nakamura. Repeat, Daniel. If you can hear this, evacuate immediately. They're not what folklore suggests. Soviet research from the 60s, classified until now, confirms cognitive capabilities exceeding problem-solving parameters. They're watching the roads. Use water routes if possible. Nightfall is when they... The transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by a different sound. A perfect mimicry of Nakamura's voice, but speaking words the professor would never use. Come to us, Daniel. We've been waiting for someone like you. Someone who understands. Dawn broke with eerie silence. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, not even the whisper of wind through the pine needles. I emerged from my tent, rifle ready, surveying the clearing with bloodshot eyes. Sleep had been impossible after the radio transmission and its disturbing conclusion. The stone figure remained where it had rolled onto my sleeping bag, its crude features somehow more unsettling in daylight. I photographed it from multiple angles, noting the precision of certain cuts that suggested tools more sophisticated than simple stone implements. Around the perimeter of my camp, a perfect circle of broken pine branches had been laid during the night, each pointing inward toward my tent. The pattern was undeniably deliberate, a boundary of some kind. Whether it represented protection or containment, I couldn't determine. My grandfather's journal offered no insight into this specific behavior, but his final pages contained a hand-drawn map that hadn't made sense until now. What I'd taken for random markings clearly indicated territories and boundaries across the Mackenzie Lake region. According to his notations, I was now deep within what he labeled as central gathering grounds, the heart of their territory. The implications were staggering. If correct, this wasn't just about a single creature or even a small family group. This suggested a complex social structure with defined territories and potentially a population far larger than anyone had suspected. I broke camp with methodical efficiency, packing only what was essential for rapid travel. The logging road remained my best hope for evacuation, but Nakamura's broken transmission had mentioned water routes. I studied my map, noting a stream that flowed southeast from Mackenzie Lake, eventually joining a river system that would lead to inhabited areas. It meant abandoning my original path and traveling through completely unfamiliar terrain, but the alternative was facing whatever waited along the more direct route through the forest. Water routes, I murmured, recalling my grandfather's warning. Stay away from water. They use it. Two contradictory warnings. Someone was wrong, or deliberately misleading me. I shouldered my pack and stepped carefully over the circle of pine branches, half expecting some reaction. The forest remained unnaturally still, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. Without my kayak, following the stream meant traveling along its banks, exposed and vulnerable. The first kilometer passed without incident. The stream widened gradually, flowing with surprising force through the rocky terrain. I documented everything. Odd arrangements of stones along the banks, unusual breaks in vegetation patterns, a series of scratches on trees that formed no pattern I recognized from known wildlife. At a bend where the stream widened into a small pool, I discovered the first clear evidence I wasn't alone. Half submerged in the shallows lay what remained of my kayak, methodically disassembled. The aluminum frame had been separated from the canvas shell, each piece laid out in precise order of size. More disturbing were the additions, intricate bindings of woven plant fibers securing wooden extensions to the frame, transforming it into something that resembled a primitive trap or cage. The craftsmanship was undeniable, showing not just intelligence but sophisticated understanding of materials and structural engineering. I photographed everything, struggling to maintain scientific detachment. This wasn't random destruction or animal curiosity. This was methodical repurposing, technology being adapted by a non-human intelligence. The stones came without warning, not thrown directly at me, but landing with precision in a semicircle about 5 meters ahead, blocking my progress along the stream bank. I froze, scanning the forest and opposite shore. Nothing moved, yet I could feel multiple presences, coordinating their actions with tactical precision. From upstream came a series of vocalizations, low, rumbling calls that modulated in complex patterns. They were answered from downstream by higher-pitched rapid responses. I recognized the structure from recordings my grandfather had meticulously documented. Not random animal sounds, but communication with syntax and meaning. They were coordinating, herding me. I had two choices: retreat into the forest, away from the water but potentially into a prepared ambush, or continue forward into whatever they were directing me toward. Neither option promised safety. I chose a third path. Dropping my pack on the shore, I waded into the stream itself, gasping as the cold water reached my thighs. If they used water roots, as my grandfather claimed, perhaps direct confrontation in their element would demonstrate I wasn't easily intimidated. The reaction was immediate. The forest erupted with alarm calls, harsh barking vocalizations that echoed across the water. Trees shook as massive bodies moved rapidly through the undergrowth, converging on my position. "I'm not your enemy!" I shouted, raising empty hands above my head. "I want to understand." From the densest section of forest across the stream, something emerged. Not fully into the open, but enough that I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking me. Over 7 feet tall, its massive frame covered in dark reddish-brown hair, standing upright with an unmistakably hominid posture. What struck me most weren't the physical dimensions, impressive as they were, but the eyes, deep set beneath a heavy brow ridge, reflecting an intelligence that evaluated me with unmistakable calculation. Our gazes locked for perhaps 3 seconds before it melted back into the forest with astonishing silence for its size. In those brief moments, I recognized something that shook me to my core. Not fear or aggression, but recognition. It knew exactly what I was, and more disturbingly, seemed to know why I was there. A splash upstream drew my attention. A crude raft of bound logs was floating toward me, guided by the current. Atop it lay my missing satellite phone, GPS unit, and the memory cards from my cameras, all arranged with deliberate care. The message was unmistakable. An exchange. My technology for... what? Safe passage? The water around me suddenly felt dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with current or depth. I waded quickly back to shore, heart pounding. As I reached for my backpack, I noticed it had been moved, slightly repositioned and partially opened. Inside, my grandfather's journal was gone, replaced by another stone figure, larger and more elaborately carved than the first. This one depicted not a single form but a pair, one clearly representing a human, the other the creature I'd glimpsed. Between them was a carved divot containing 3 small white objects. Human teeth. I staggered back, nearly falling into the stream. The forest had gone completely silent again, the oppressive stillness broken only by my ragged breathing. From all around came the soft sounds of movement, not retreating this time, but closing in with deliberate purpose. They'd made their decision about me, just as they'd made their decision about my grandfather 50 years before. I ran. Night fell as I pushed through dense underbrush, lungs burning, legs leaden with exhaustion. I'd abandoned the stream hours ago, navigating by compass alone after discovering my map missing from my pack, another calculated move to disorient me. Without landmarks I recognized, I could only maintain a southeast heading and hope it would eventually lead to civilization. Each time I stopped to rest, the forest around me went silent, only to erupt with movement once I resumed my journey. They weren't pursuing so much as herding, steering me along a path of their choosing. Twice I'd attempted to double back or change direction, only to find my way blocked by strategically positioned obstacles. Fallen trees too precisely placed to be natural, rock formations that hadn't been there minutes before. As full darkness descended, I was forced to make camp in a small depression beneath an outcropping of rock. Without my tent, lost somewhere during the frantic flight, I constructed a rudimentary shelter from pine boughs, creating the illusion of protection more than any actual security. I inventoried what remained of my supplies: half a liter of water, 2 protein bars, my hunting knife, a small first aid kit, and the Winchester rifle with 17 remaining rounds. My cameras were gone, as was most of my specialized equipment. The satellite beacon had disappeared from my pack, eliminating any hope of summoning rescue. Most disturbing was the discovery that the stone figure with human teeth had somehow made its way back into my pack despite my having discarded it during my flight. Someone, something, had been close enough to replace it without my awareness. As I huddled in my makeshift shelter, the darkness around me came alive with sound. Not the normal nocturnal chorus of the forest, but deliberate communications. From the ridge above came a series of low, rumbling calls, answered from the valley below by higher-pitched responses. They were coordinating, positioning themselves strategically around my location. I checked the rifle for the dozenth time, knowing that if they decided to rush my position, 17 rounds would mean nothing against their numbers. My grandfather's final journal entries haunted me. They've made their decision about me. Had they decided I was a threat to be eliminated? Or was I being tested, evaluated against some criteria I couldn't begin to comprehend? Sleep came in microbursts, consciousness fading for seconds rather than minutes or hours. Each time I jerked awake, something had changed in my immediate surroundings. Small arrangements of twigs and patterns too precise to be random. Stones placed in sequential order of size. Once even my water bottle moved from one side of the shelter to the other. They were studying me, just as I had come to study them. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, I became aware of a new presence. Not the intimidating surveillance of the previous night, but something more focused, more singular. I raised the rifle, peering through the gloom at a figure silhouetted against the gray light. Human. A man of late middle age, dressed in worn outdoor clothing that had seen hard use. He stood perfectly still, observing my shelter with an unnerving calm that matched the creatures themselves. "Daniel Mercer," he said, voice rough from disuse. "You look like him, your grandfather." I tightened my grip on the rifle. "Who are you?" "Someone who made a different choice." He approached slowly, hands visible and empty. "They call me Walker. At least that's how I translate it." As he drew closer, I could see his face clearly, weathered by decades of exposure, deeply lined, with eyes that reflected something between serenity and resignation. What struck me most was the precise arrangement of scars along his jawline and forehead, deliberate markings that formed patterns similar to those I'd seen on trees throughout the forest. "You live with them," I said, comprehension dawning. "You're why they understand our technology." Walker nodded, settling himself on a rock opposite my shelter. "I was a graduate student when I first came here in '86. Biological anthropology. I'd heard rumors about your grandfather's research after his death. The university dismissed it, but I recognized the methodology. He wasn't delusional." "What happened to him?" I asked, the question that had driven my return to these forests. "He discovered too much, too quickly. Pushed for contact before understanding their social structures." Walker's eyes grew distant. "They're not a single homogeneous group, Daniel. There are factions, lineages, complex political structures. Some believe humans should be studied from a distance. Others view us as an existential threat to be eliminated. Still others see potential for exchange. And which faction has been stalking me for the past 2 days?" "All of them," he said simply. "Your presence has forced a decision they've been avoiding for generations. Your grandfather began it, but you, carrying his blood, his research, you represent something symbolic to them." From the forest behind Walker came a low, rumbling vocalization, He responded without turning, producing sounds no human throat should naturally create. The exchange continued for nearly a minute before he turned back to me. "They're offering you the same choice they offered me 38 years ago," he said, expression grave. "Leave now, destroy all records of your encounter, never return, or stay and learn. But staying means never returning to human society. The knowledge they possess, what they are, how they've remained hidden, it cannot spread. And if I refuse both options," Walker's face remained impassive, "then you won't leave these woods at all." I studied him, noting the subtle changes in his posture and movements, the way he shifted his weight like something far larger than a human, the careful precision of his gestures that matched what I'd observed in the glimpses of my stalkers. "How many of you are there?" I asked. "Humans who've chosen to stay?" 17 living, spread across North America. Most much older than me. They rarely extend the invitation. His expression softened slightly. "Your grandfather would have been among us, but he couldn't leave your grandmother, your mother. Family bonds they understood, respected. It's why they allowed him to leave with his life, if not his research." From the forest came another call, more urgent. Walker stood. "Dawn comes soon. They don't meet in open daylight, not for this. Your answer, Daniel Mercer." The weight of the decision pressed down on me like a physical force. Everything I'd worked toward, my career, my relationships, my identity in human society, against knowledge no other scientist had ever accessed. Understanding that would rewrite anthropological history. "If I stay," I said slowly, "could I ever send word to my family? Let them know I'm alive at least?" Walker's expression held genuine sympathy. "No. The separation must be absolute. To them, you'll be another wilderness disappearance, another mystery. It's the only way to maintain the balance." I thought of my sparse apartment in Toronto, my colleagues at the university, the few friends who might notice my absence. Then I thought of my grandfather's eyes in the old photographs, the haunted knowledge they held, the questions that had driven him back to these forests again and again. "I need to understand one thing first," I said. "What are they? Not folklore, not myth. Scientifically." Walker looked toward the lightening sky, then back to me. For the first time, I saw something like pride in his expression. "They were here first, Daniel. Long before Homo sapiens crossed from Asia. A parallel branch of evolution that developed different adaptations, different social structures. Not Neanderthal, not Denisovan, something parallel. They watched us build cities, develop technology, spread across the continent. And they made a collective decision to remain apart, to guard their existence through deliberate myth-making. The implications staggered me. And they allow humans like you, like us, to join them? Why? Genetic diversity, cultural exchange, and..." He hesitated. "Insurance. If humanity ever discovered them en masse, they wanted individuals who could translate, negotiate. They're preparing for a future where hiding may no longer be possible." Dawn had broken fully now, golden light spilling through the trees. Walker extended his hand. "Your answer, Daniel. They're waiting." The first snow of winter fell softly through the pines, individual flakes catching the morning light like microscopic prisms. I adjusted my position on the rocky outcropping, focusing my handcrafted telescope on the distant highway. Through the lens, I could make out the flashing lights of search vehicles, the third major effort in the 5 months since my disappearance. Behind me, Kasha made a soft vocalization, a question about the time. I responded without turning, my throat now capable of approximating their complex language after months of intensive training. She settled beside me, her massive frame dwarfing mine despite her being considered small among her kind. "They will not find anything," she said in carefully practiced English. Our exchanges alternated between languages, my learning theirs, her perfecting ours. "The evidence is gone," I nodded, thinking of the elaborate efforts they'd made to eliminate all traces of my presence. My camp had been disassembled, components scattered across 50 kilometers of wilderness. My vehicle had been driven to a ravine in Quebec, carefully staged to suggest an accident or intentional disappearance. Even my scent trails had been methodically obscured using techniques that demonstrated their profound understanding of human tracking methods. The official search had been downgraded from missing person to presumed deceased after the discovery of blood evidence. My blood, harvested during my integration ceremony and strategically placed to suggest a wildlife attack. "Your family grieves," Kasha said, her deep-set eyes studying my expression with the penetrating intelligence that still unsettled me after months of daily contact. "This troubles you." It wasn't a question. Their species, which I now knew called themselves something that roughly translated as the first people, possessed emotional perception far exceeding human capabilities. They detected minute changes in body temperature, scent markers, and micro-expressions that made deception virtually impossible. "Yes," I admitted. "My mother will never know what happened to me, like she never knew the truth about her father." Kasha made a low rumbling sound, their expression of empathy. "The separation protects them as much as us. Knowledge brings danger." I had learned the truth of this statement during my integration. The history of interaction between their kind and humans stretched back thousands of years, documented in their oral traditions with precise detail. Early encounters had often ended in violence, leading to their deliberate strategy of cultivating folklore and myth as camouflage. What humans dismissed as superstition, Sasquatch, Wendigo, the wild men of the woods, served as perfect concealment. When evidence occasionally emerged, it was discredited by its association with these legends. The rare human witnesses who persisted too loudly in their claims tended to disappear, their evidence with them. "Walker comes," Kasha said, rising to her full height of nearly 8 feet. Against the snow-covered landscape, her reddish-brown hair appeared almost black, a stark contrast to the lighter facial coloration that distinguished females of her lineage. I followed her gaze to the forest below, where Walker emerged from the tree line. In the months since our first meeting, I'd learned his true history. How he'd been chosen for integration after accidentally photographing a family group in 1986. How he'd served as intermediary during rare instances when hikers or researchers strayed too close to sensitive territories. He climbed the slope with the fluid efficiency he'd adopted from his hosts, a blend of human and non-human movement patterns that I was slowly learning to replicate. "The Council has reached a decision," he announced without preamble. "Your request has been approved." My heart raced. For weeks, I'd been advocating for a revolutionary proposal. Controlled, limited evidence release to select human scientists. Nothing definitive, nothing irrefutable, but enough to redirect research into evolutionary history along more accurate paths. "All of it?" I asked, scarcely believing my success. "Modified terms," Walker clarified. "No photographs, no DNA samples. Only your written observations, structured as theoretical scholarship based on indigenous oral histories. Publication through your grandfather's former colleague at the University of British Columbia." It was less than I'd hoped, but more than I'd expected. The Council, consisting of elder representatives from 7 major lineages, maintained rigid protocols about human interaction. That they'd agreed to any information release represented unprecedented progress. "When?" I asked. "The winter gathering, after final approval from all lineages." Walker turned to Kasha. "The Sister Lakes community has concerns about specific details. They request your lineage's intervention." Kasha made a gesture of acknowledgement, a complex movement involving both hands that conveyed respect, obligation, and mild frustration simultaneously. The political dynamics between lineages remained largely opaque to me, though I was learning to recognize the patterns of alliance and opposition. As they discussed the diplomatic nuances in their native language, Too rapid and complex for my developing comprehension, I turned back to my telescope, focusing again on the distant search vehicles. A pang of genuine grief hit me as I imagined my mother receiving updates from the provincial police, hoping for closure that would never truly come. The irony wasn't lost on me. I had come to these woods seeking evidence of an undiscovered species, driven by my grandfather's mysterious legacy. Instead, I had discovered an entire parallel society, not merely surviving alongside human civilization, but actively managing human awareness through generations of calculated intervention. Their technological development had followed entirely different paths from humanity's. While they possessed nothing resembling electronics or modern machinery, their understanding of botanical compounds, weather patterns, and ecosystem management far surpassed contemporary human science. Their linguistic capabilities included communication methods beyond human auditory range, explaining how they coordinated complex movements without visible signals. Most humbling was their historical knowledge, oral traditions maintained with such precision that they could describe climate conditions from 12,000 years ago, the arrival of the first human bands across the Bering Land Bridge, the rise and fall of indigenous nations long before European contact. Walker and Kasia concluded their discussion and turned to me. "It's time," Walker said. "The northern bands are gathering. 3 days' journey." I nodded, making a final adjustment to my telescope before carefully packing it away. This would be my first major gathering, representatives from lineages across the continent converging for the winter conclave. According to Walker, fewer than 10 humans had ever witnessed such an event in recorded history. As we descended the ridge, Kasia moved ahead with characteristic grace despite her size, identifying the path that would keep us concealed from any distant observers. Walker fell into step beside me. "You still doubt your choice," he said. Not a question, but an observation. "Not doubt," I clarified. "Adjustment. Everything I knew about evolutionary history, about human uniqueness, is incomplete," he finished. "Not wrong, just missing crucial chapters. Your grandfather understood this. It's why they respected him, despite their disagreements." We walked in silence for several minutes, the snow deepening around us. Ahead, Kasia paused at a stream crossing, surveying the opposite bank with practiced caution before proceeding. "Will they ever reveal themselves fully?" I asked. "If human development continues to encroach on their territories, their isolation becomes increasingly difficult to maintain." Walker's expression grew distant, thoughtful. "They've survived ice ages, megafauna extinctions, the European colonization, and the Industrial Revolution, each time adapting, retreating when necessary, eliminating threats when required. They think in generational timescales we can barely comprehend." "That's not an answer," I pressed. He smiled slightly. "They have contingency plans, multiple scenarios developed over centuries. Some involve controlled revelation under specific conditions. Others," he hesitated, "are less optimistic about human reaction." I thought of the stone figure with human teeth, the warning it represented. Despite months of integration, despite being accepted into daily life with Kasia's family group, I remained acutely aware of the current beneath the surface, the factions Walker had mentioned during our first meeting, those who viewed humanity as an existential threat to be managed rather than engaged. Ahead, Kasia had stopped again, her posture alert. She made a short, sharp vocalization that raised the hair on my neck, a warning call I'd learned to recognize. Walker immediately moved to a defensive position, scanning the forest with practiced efficiency. "What is it?" I whispered, instinctively reaching for the stone knife I now carried at my waist, a gift from Kasia's lineage elder, marking my acceptance into their extended family structure. "Humans," Walker replied tersely. "Not search teams. Hunters. Too close to the gathering route." Kasia made another sound, a question about intervention. Walker responded with a complex series of vocalizations that I interpreted as a debate about options. I caught references to boundary markers and deterrence protocols. The decision came quickly. Kasha melted into the forest with astonishing silence for her size, heading toward the hunter's position. Walker turned to me. "This is your test," he said quietly. "The Council wants to observe your response to human proximity. Your loyalty remains under evaluation." I understood the implications immediately. How I acted in the next few minutes would determine my status within their society, and possibly whether my information release would be approved. After 5 months of integration, I was still not fully trusted. With good reason, perhaps. The pull of human contact, of returning to my former life, remained powerful despite everything I'd learned and experienced. The hunters represented a potential link to that world, people who could carry word of my survival, end my mother's grief, restore my human connections, all at the cost of betraying those who had shared their existence with me. I made my decision. 20 minutes later, we continued our journey northward. Behind us, the hunters were already returning to their vehicles, thoroughly convinced that the sudden equipment failures, disorienting trail markers, and unsettling vocalizations from all directions indicated they had strayed into territory better left unexplored. They would return with another story of unexplained wilderness experiences, another contribution to the folklore that had protected the first people for millennia. Their report would join thousands of similar accounts, dismissed by science, preserved in campfire stories and internet forums, maintaining the protective shroud of implausibility that remained the most effective camouflage in an age of ubiquitous technology. As we crossed into deeper wilderness, beyond any human trails or monitoring systems, Kasha dropped back to walk beside me. Without words, she extended her massive hand, palm up, a gesture of approval and acceptance I had earned through my choice. I placed my hand on hers, feeling the immense strength carefully restrained. Ahead lay the gathering of the first people, and my formal presentation to their full council. Behind us, the last traces of my human life vanished beneath the steadily falling snow, covering our tracks in ways both literal and symbolic. I had crossed a boundary few humans had ever approached. Not just a physical territory, but a threshold of understanding about our species' place in evolutionary history. One of several intelligent hominids that had competed, coexisted, and occasionally interbred across hundreds of thousands of years. The snow continued to fall as we moved deeper into their world, erasing the boundary between what was known and what remained hidden in the whispers of the pines. I've always been drawn to the darkness that lurks beneath ordinary life. Horror movies, ghost stories, true crime documentaries. The more disturbing, the better. My friends often joked that I had a twisted fascination with the macabre, but I wore that label like a badge of honor. I devoured every supernatural tale I could find, always searching for that perfect combination of terror and believability. Despite my obsession with the paranormal, I had never experienced anything genuinely unexplainable. That stark reality frustrated me endlessly. Here I was, 25 years old, desperately craving an encounter with the unknown, yet living a disappointingly mundane existence in the suburbs of Phoenix. The closest I'd come to anything supernatural was the occasional cold spot in my apartment or a door that seemed to creak at odd hours. My younger brother Tyler had recently started sharing stories that made my skin crawl with anticipation. He described sessions with a Ouija board that had left him and his college friends genuinely shaken. Tyler wasn't the type to embellish or seek attention through wild tales. He was methodical, rational, almost maddeningly logical in his approach to everything. When he spoke about these experiences, his usual steady voice carried an undertone of genuine unease that I'd never heard before. The way he described the planchette moving with purposeful intent, spelling out information that none of them could have known, sent shivers of excitement through me. He told me about messages that seemed to come from somewhere beyond their conscious minds, responses that were too specific and accurate to be explained away by unconscious muscle movements or wishful thinking. The opportunity I'd been waiting for presented itself during Tyler's football training camp. Our family had rented a secluded cabin in the forested mountains north of Phoenix, a welcome escape from the merciless desert heat that made summer survival feel like an endurance test. The cabin sat nestled among towering pines and ancient oaks, far enough from civilization that cell phone service flickered in and out like a dying light bulb. My boyfriend Lucas, my oldest brother Jamie, and I had driven up to spend the week supporting Tyler during his intensive training. The cabin itself was rustic and weathered, with creaking floorboards that announced every footstep and windows that rattled ominously when the wind picked up. Dark wood paneling covered the walls, creating shadows that seemed to shift and dance even when no one was moving. On our third night there, after Tyler had returned exhausted from a particularly brutal day of drills, we found ourselves gathered in the main room. The fire crackled in the stone fireplace, casting flickering orange light across our faces while the darkness pressed against the windows like something alive and patient. The isolation felt complete. We might as well have been the only people left on Earth. Someone mentioned ghost stories, which naturally led to Tyler's Ouija board experiences. As he recounted his encounters in greater detail, I felt that familiar hunger growing inside me. The way he described the overwhelming sense of presence in the room, the feeling that they were no longer alone, made my pulse quicken with dark anticipation. "We should try it," I suggested, trying to keep the eagerness out of my voice. "I mean, if you're all up for it." We didn't have a proper Ouija board, but my artistic background meant I was never short on supplies. I retrieved a large piece of cardboard from my craft kit and set to work creating our makeshift spirit board. Using a black marker, I carefully drew out the alphabet in 2 curved rows, numbers 0 through 9 below them, and the words yes, no, and goodbye in the corners. As I worked, a strange sense of purpose filled me. My hands moved with unusual precision, creating letters that were perfectly spaced and eerily uniform. The cardboard seemed to absorb the ink hungrily, the black marks appearing darker and more permanent than they should have. When I finished, the board looked disturbingly authentic despite its humble materials. For the planchette, I cut a heart-shaped piece from the same cardboard and carefully carved a small window in the center. The improvised pointer felt unnaturally smooth in my hands, as if it had been worn down by countless fingers over many years rather than freshly cut moments before. Tyler watched my preparations with growing unease. "I'll observe," he said firmly, "but I'm not participating. Trust me on this one." His refusal only heightened my anticipation. If the experience had affected my rational, skeptical brother so deeply, what might it do to someone actively seeking contact? Lucas, his best friend Connor, and Jamie agreed to join me around the board. We arranged ourselves on the floor in a tight circle, our knees touching as we leaned over the cardboard surface. The firelight cast our shadows long and twisted across the walls, creating the impression of additional figures lurking just beyond our vision. We began tentatively, each of us placing a single fingertip on the makeshift planchette. I had researched proper Ouija board etiquette obsessively, and I led us through what I believed was the correct opening procedure. "Is anyone there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper in the heavy silence. For several minutes, nothing happened. The planchette remained motionless under our light touch, and I began to wonder if my homemade board lacked whatever mysterious properties allowed genuine spirit communication. Connor, who had been openly skeptical from the beginning, smirked and made comments about group delusion and unconscious muscle movements. Then gradually, I felt the faintest tremor beneath my fingertip. The planchette began to move, not dramatically, but with a subtle, purposeful gliding motion that made my breath catch in my throat. It drifted slowly toward yes, pausing there for a moment before returning to the center of the board. "Did everyone feel that?" I asked, my voice tight with excitement. Lucas nodded, his eyes wide and fixed on the board. "It's definitely moving," he said. Jamie remained silent, but I could see the tension in his shoulders as he leaned forward, completely focused on the cardboard beneath our fingers. Connor maintained his skeptical expression, but I noticed his hand trembling slightly. "Someone's pushing it," he insisted, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The planchette began moving again, this time with more deliberate purpose. It spelled out "hello" in smooth, fluid motions that felt nothing like conscious manipulation. Our fingers barely maintained contact with the surface, yet the pointer moved with undeniable intention. As the session continued, the movements became more pronounced and confident. We asked simple questions, receiving responses that were specific enough to be meaningful, but general enough to be dismissed by skeptics. The entity, for lack of a better term, claimed to be a former resident of the area, someone who had died decades earlier in an accident near the cabin. Connor's skepticism gradually transformed into visible anxiety as the planchette continued its purposeful motions. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool evening air, and his breathing became shallow and rapid. To challenge what he still insisted was group manipulation, he decided to ask a question that only he would know the answer to. "What was the name of my childhood dog?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. "The one I had when I was 5 years old, before I moved states." The planchette immediately began to move, spelling out letters with increasing speed. "Benjamin." Connor's face went completely white. He stared at the board in horrified fascination, his mouth hanging open as he struggled to form words. That's impossible," he whispered. "I never told anyone that name. Benjamin died when I was 6, and we moved right after. I haven't talked about him in 20 years. The confirmation hit us all like a physical blow. This wasn't group suggestion or unconscious muscle movement. Something was genuinely communicating through our improvised board, demonstrating knowledge that none of us possessed. The rational explanations we had been clinging to crumbled away, leaving us face to face with an undeniable supernatural presence. Tyler, watching from his chair by the fire, shook his head slowly. "I tried to warn you," he said quietly. "Once you open that door, it's not so easy to close it again." Emboldened by our success, we continued asking questions. I inquired about my absent brother Jordan, asking for his name. The planchette spelled it correctly. Feeling more adventurous, I asked about Jordan's fiancée, Melissa. The board spelled out Melissa. Close, but not exactly right. Before I could comment, the planchette jerked violently to no, and then correctly spelled Melissa. The correction was swift and almost angry in its precision, as if the entity was frustrated by the initial error. As the hours passed, the atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly oppressive. The fire seemed to burn lower despite our adding fresh logs, and the shadows in the corners of the room appeared to deepen and writhe. The temperature dropped noticeably, our breath beginning to mist slightly in the suddenly frigid air. More disturbing than the physical changes was the gradual shift in the planchette's behavior. Its movements became more aggressive, jerking violently between letters and occasionally spelling out disturbing phrases that none of us had prompted. Words like trapped, angry, and stays appeared without warning, punctuated by rapid, circular motions that made our fingers burn from the friction. Lucas was the first to suggest we should stop. His face had taken on a grayish pallor, and dark circles had appeared under his eyes as if he was being physically drained by the experience. "This doesn't feel right anymore," he said, his voice hoarse. "Something's changed." But I was intoxicated by the raw power of what we were experiencing. After years of craving genuine supernatural contact, I was finally face to face with proof that there was more to existence than the mundane physical world. The darker turn our session had taken only thrilled me more. Tyler stood up from his chair, his face grave with concern. "You need to say goodbye properly," he insisted. "You can't just stop, you have to formally end the session." I waved off his concern, drunk on the adrenaline of authentic paranormal contact. "We're fine," I said, though the planchette was now moving so violently that maintaining contact required real effort. "This is amazing. We're actually talking to a spirit." "That's exactly the problem," Tyler replied. "You don't know what you're talking to, and you don't know how to control it." The entity seemed to respond to Tyler's warning with increased aggression. The planchette began spelling out threatening messages. "Will not leave, follows you, and most disturbing, mine now." Each word was punctuated by violent jerking motions that left red marks on our fingertips. Connor was the first to break contact, yanking his hand away from the planchette as if it had burned him. "I'm done," he announced, standing up so quickly he knocked over his chair. "This is insane. We need to stop." Jamie followed suit, stepping back from the board with visible relief. But Lucas and I maintained contact, fascinated by the increasingly violent movements. The planchette continued its frenzied motion, even with only 2 fingers guiding it, spinning in rapid circles and occasionally flying off the board entirely before we could guide it back. The messages became more personal and threatening. It spelled out details about our lives that we had never discussed. Childhood fears, recent arguments, private doubts. The accuracy was terrifying. But what frightened me most was the malevolent intent behind the revelations. This entity wasn't just demonstrating knowledge, it was weaponizing it. Finally, even Lucas could take no more. He pulled his hand away and stood up, backing toward the door. "We have to stop this," he said, "right now." I found myself alone at the board, my single finger barely maintaining contact with the now frenzied planchette. The cardboard pointer moved with such violence that it began to tear the board beneath it, leaving black gouges in the surface. The messages it spelled out became increasingly incoherent and threatening, a stream of darkness that seemed to pour directly into the room. Tyler grabbed my shoulder, shaking me from my trance-like fascination. "You have to say goodbye," he shouted over the sound of wind that had begun howling around the cabin. "Say goodbye and mean it, or this won't end here." But in my excitement and inexperience, I had never researched the proper closing procedures. I lifted my finger from the planchette and simply announced, "We're done," as if I was ending a casual conversation. The immediate silence that followed was more terrifying than the violent activity that had preceded it. The planchette lay motionless on the torn cardboard, but the oppressive atmosphere remained. If anything, the sense of presence in the room had intensified, as if our clumsy attempt at ending the session had simply released whatever we had been communicating with into the physical space around us. We went to bed that night in an atmosphere of barely controlled terror. No one spoke about what had happened, but I could hear the others tossing and turning in their rooms, unable to find rest in the suffocating darkness. That was 3 years ago, and I've regretted that night ever since. Tyler was right. Once you open certain doors, closing them again requires knowledge and intention that we simply didn't possess. The entity we contacted that night didn't stay in the cabin. It followed me home, weaving itself into the fabric of my daily life in ways both subtle and terrifying. Doors open on their own. Electronics malfunction without explanation. I wake to find furniture rearranged in patterns that spell out messages. Most disturbing of all, I sometimes catch glimpses of a figure in my peripheral vision. Always present, always watching, always waiting. The moral of my story isn't simply about being careful with Ouija boards. It's about understanding that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again. And sometimes what comes through those doors has no intention of ever leaving. God help me. I think I'm stuck with this presence for the rest of my life. The gravel road crunched beneath my mother's tires as we approached Camp Pinebrook, nestled deep in the mountains of western North Carolina. I pressed my face against the passenger window, watching the towering pine trees create a canopy so thick that only scattered patches of afternoon sunlight reached the forest floor. This was my 4th year attending this church camp, and usually the sight of those familiar wooden cabins would fill me with excitement. But something felt different this time. "You sure you have everything, honey?" Mom asked, pulling into the circular drop-off area where other families were unloading duffel bags and saying their goodbyes. I nodded, shouldering my backpack. The air smelled of pine needles and something else, something musty and organic that seemed to seep from the deeper parts of the woods. Other campers were already running around the main lodge, their voices echoing off the wooden buildings, but their laughter sounded oddly muted, as if the dense forest was swallowing the sound. "I'll see you in 2 weeks," I said, hugging Mom goodbye. As she drove away, her car disappearing around the bend, I felt an unexpected surge of loneliness. The isolation of this place suddenly struck me in a way it never had before. We were miles from the nearest town, surrounded by thousands of acres of untamed wilderness. The camp director, Mr. Patterson, gathered all the new arrivals near the flagpole for orientation. His weathered face looked more serious than I remembered from previous years. And when he spoke about the camp rules, he emphasized the boundaries with unusual intensity. "Under no circumstances should anyone venture beyond the marked trails after dark," he said, his eyes scanning each of our faces. "The wildlife in these mountains can be unpredictable, and it's easy to get disoriented. We've had..." A cold breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves overhead with a sound like whispered warnings. I pulled my jacket tighter around my shoulders, noticing how the other campers had grown quiet during Mr. Patterson's speech. Even the counselors seemed tense, their usual jovial demeanor replaced by something more watchful. My assigned cabin was Cabin 7, a rustic structure built from weathered logs with a green metal roof. Inside, the familiar smell of old wood and decades of summer camps greeted me. 6 bunk beds lined the walls, and I claimed a bottom bunk near the single window that faced the eastern woods. Through the glass I could see the tree line, dark and impenetrable even in the fading daylight. My bunkmates filtered in throughout the evening. Tyler, a quiet kid from Charlotte. Ben, who seemed nervous about being away from home. Luke, who immediately claimed the bed farthest from the window. Jamie, who kept checking his phone despite having no signal. And Connor, who unpacked his belongings with methodical precision that suggested this wasn't his first time at camp. Our counselor, Mr. Hendricks, was a college student with an easy smile and calloused hands that spoke of outdoor experience. During our first cabin meeting, he went over the usual rules and schedule, but I noticed his eyes kept drifting to the window as darkness settled over the camp. "Lights out is at 10, he said, and I mean complete lights out. No flashlights, no phone screens, nothing. The darkness here is different from what you're used to in the city. It's absolute, and it can play tricks on your mind if you're not careful." As we settled into our bunks that first night, the sounds of the forest seemed to press against the thin cabin walls. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted with a hollow, mournful cry. Closer by, I could hear the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. But beneath these familiar night sounds, there was something else, a rhythm that didn't quite fit, like heavy footsteps moving through the woods with deliberate purpose. I lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep, listening to Tyler's soft breathing from the bunk above me and watching the shadows dance across the ceiling as clouds passed over the moon. The window beside my bed offered a view into darkness so complete it seemed solid, like a black wall that pressed against the glass. That's when I first heard it. A sound that didn't belong to any forest creature I knew. It was a low, rhythmic scratching, as if something with long claws was methodically working at the bark of a tree. But the sound was too deliberate, too purposeful to be a simple animal marking territory. It came from somewhere just beyond the edge of the clearing, close enough that I could hear it clearly through the window, yet far enough into the tree line that I couldn't see its source. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, stopping and starting in patterns that seemed almost like communication. Sometimes it would be rapid and frantic, other times slow and methodical. I found myself holding my breath during the quiet moments, straining to hear if the sound would resume. Around midnight, the scratching stopped entirely, replaced by something far worse, silence. Not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping forest, but an oppressive absence of sound that made my ears ring. Even the ever-present chirping of crickets had ceased, as if every living thing in the woods was holding its breath, waiting for something to pass. I pressed my face to the window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the reflection from inside the cabin. The darkness beyond was absolute, a void that seemed to swallow the weak moonlight. But as I stared into that black emptiness, my eyes began to adjust, picking out the faint outlines of tree trunks and the occasional glint of something that might have been eyes reflecting light that wasn't there. A movement caught my attention, a shadow within shadows, shifting between the trees with fluid grace. It was too large to be a deer, too tall to be a bear walking on all fours. The shape moved with purpose, following what might have been a path through the woods, heading parallel to our cabin before disappearing deeper into the forest. I watched for another hour, but the shadow didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my curiosity, and I drifted into an uneasy doze filled with dreams of dark shapes moving through endless forests. Morning came with the harsh blast of Mr. Hendricks's whistle, jolting me awake from dreams I couldn't quite remember, but that left me feeling unsettled. Sunlight streamed through the cabin window, transforming the threatening darkness of the night before into ordinary woods that looked almost peaceful in the golden morning light. During breakfast in the main lodge, I found myself scanning the faces of the other campers and counselors, looking for any sign that someone else had heard what I'd heard. But everyone seemed normal, chatting about the day's activities and complaining about the pancakes with typical camp humor. "You look tired," Tyler observed, sliding his tray across from mine at our assigned table. "Couldn't sleep," I admitted. "Did you hear anything weird last night from the woods?" Tyler paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. A flicker of something, concern, fear, crossing his features before he shook his head. "Just the usual forest sounds. Why?" I almost told him about the scratching, about the shadow I'd seen moving between the trees. But something in his expression warned me off. There was a deliberate blankness to his denial that suggested he was working very hard not to think about whatever he might have heard. The morning activities passed in a blur of team-building exercises and orientation sessions. We learned about the camp's history, how it had been operating for over 50 years, how the land had been donated by a local family whose ancestors had lived in these mountains for generations. Mr. Patterson showed us old photographs of previous campers, their faces bright with summer joy, but I noticed he skipped over several years in the timeline, moving quickly past certain periods with explanations about administrative changes and facility improvements. During the afternoon hiking session, our group followed a marked trail that wound through the forest about a quarter-mile from the cabin area. Our guide, a counselor named Ms. Chen, pointed out various plants and wildlife signs, but I found myself studying the woods beyond the trail, looking for any indication of what I'd seen the night before. About halfway through the hike, we stopped at a small clearing for a water break. While the others rested on fallen logs and snacked on trail mix, I wandered to the edge of the clearing, drawn by something I couldn't quite identify. The trees here seemed different, older, with bark that looked scarred and weathered beyond what natural aging would cause. On one massive oak I found what I was looking for. Scratches in the bark, fresh enough that pale wood showed through the dark outer layer. The marks were deep, carved by something with considerable strength, and they followed a pattern that reminded me of the rhythmic sounds I'd heard the night before. "Stay with the group," Ms. Chen called out, her voice sharper than necessary. When I rejoined the others, I noticed she was scanning the tree line with the same watchful intensity I'd seen in Mr. Patterson and Mr. Hendricks. "What kind of animals live in these woods?" I asked as we resumed hiking. Ms. Chen was quiet for a moment before answering. "The usual mountain wildlife. Black bears, deer, various smaller mammals. Nothing you need to worry about as long as you follow the rules and stay on the marked paths." Her answer felt rehearsed, like something she'd been trained to say. But it was what she didn't mention that bothered me. The way she avoided eye contact when she spoke, the subtle tension in her shoulders, the fact that she kept glancing back toward the marked trees as we hiked away from the clearing. That evening, dinner conversation in the lodge was subdued. I noticed that many of the counselors ate quickly and kept checking their watches, as if they were eager to get everyone back to the cabins before full darkness fell. The usual camp atmosphere of rowdy fun seemed forced, like everyone was working too hard to maintain normalcy. Back in Cabin 7, Mr. Hendricks conducted our evening reflection session with unusual efficiency. We talked about the day's activities and shared what we were grateful for, but he cut short the discussion when someone mentioned how quiet the woods seemed compared to camping trips they'd taken elsewhere. "Different environments have different soundscapes," Mr. Hendricks said, his tone suggesting the topic was closed. "Now let's get ready for bed. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day." As we prepared for sleep, I noticed that several of my bunkmates seemed as uneasy as I felt. Connor was arranging his belongings with obsessive precision, creating small barriers around his bunk. Luke had moved his sleeping bag so that his head was away from the window. Even Jamie, who usually couldn't stop talking, was unusually quiet. Mr. Hendricks made his rounds, checking that we were all in our beds. But instead of leaving immediately after lights out like he had the previous night, he settled into a chair near the cabin door. In the darkness, I could see his silhouette against the faint glow from the pathway lights outside, and I realized he was planning to stay awake. The forest sounds began again as soon as full darkness settled over the camp, but tonight they seemed more intense, more purposeful. The scratching returned, closer than before, and it was joined by other sounds that raised the hair on my arms. A low humming that seemed to come from multiple directions, and something that sounded disturbingly like footsteps circling the cabin. I lay perfectly still, afraid that any movement would draw attention to the fact that I was awake and listening. In the bunk above me, Tyler's breathing had changed from the deep rhythm of sleep to the shallow, controlled pattern of someone trying very hard to remain still. Across the cabin, I could hear Connor shifting position with careful, deliberate movements that suggested he was also awake. The footsteps stopped directly outside our window. Through the thin glass I could hear breathing, slow, deep, and decidedly not human. Whatever was out there was large enough that its breathing was audible through the cabin walls, and it was standing close enough to the building that I could sense its presence like a weight pressing against the other side of the window. Minutes passed. The breathing continued, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, as if whatever was outside was moving around the cabin's perimeter with methodical patience. I wanted desperately to look, to see what was casting the shadow I could sense just beyond the glass, but terror held me motionless in my bunk. Finally, after what felt like hours, The breathing faded, replaced by the sound of something large moving away through the underbrush. But the normal forest sounds didn't return. The woods remained unnaturally quiet, as if every living thing was waiting to make sure the danger had truly passed. I must have dozed fitfully toward dawn, because I was awakened by the sounds of my bunkmates stirring. Pale morning light was filtering through the window, and Mr. Hendricks was no longer in his chair by the door. When he returned a few minutes later with coffee and a tired smile, he acted as if nothing unusual had happened. But I noticed the dark circles under his eyes, and the way he avoided looking directly at any of us when he announced the morning wake-up call. Whatever had been outside our cabin, he had heard it too. During breakfast, I observed the other campers more carefully. The older kids, the ones who had been to this camp before, seemed to know something the rest of us didn't. They sat together in tight groups, speaking in low voices and casting occasional glances toward the windows that faced the forest. When new campers tried to join their conversations, they would change the subject with practiced ease. I overheard fragments of hushed discussions. Worse this year than last, and shouldn't have brought the younger kids. And maybe we should tell them. But whenever I tried to get closer to listen, the conversations would stop abruptly. The day's activities felt like elaborate distractions designed to keep us occupied and away from the forest boundaries. We spent hours in the main lodge doing indoor crafts, played games in the central clearing that never ventured near the tree line, and attended extended chapel services that seemed longer than usual. It wasn't until the afternoon swimming session at the camp's small lake that I found an opportunity to talk to one of the older campers. His name was Jordan, and he was a senior in high school who had been coming to this camp for 6 years. I approached him while he was sitting alone on the dock, ostensibly watching the younger kids splash in the shallow water, but actually staring at the forest that surrounded the lake on 3 sides. "How long have you been hearing them?" I asked quietly, settling beside him on the weathered wooden planks. Jordan didn't pretend not to understand what I was talking about. 3 years, he said after a long pause. It started the summer after my freshman year. At first we thought it was just bears, or maybe wild boars. But bears don't move like that, and they don't— He trailed off, shaking his head. "Don't what?" I pressed. "Don't watch," he finished reluctantly. "Whatever's out there, it's not just passing through. It's studying us, learning our routines, testing our boundaries, and every year, it gets bolder." Jordan's words stayed with me throughout the remainder of the day. During the evening campfire session, I found myself studying the darkness beyond the circle of firelight, wondering what might be watching us from the shadows. The camp directors led us in traditional songs and shared familiar Bible stories, but their voices seemed strained, and they kept the fire burning brighter than usual, creating a larger barrier of light between us and the forest. When one of the younger campers asked if we could tell ghost stories, Mr. Patterson quickly steered the conversation towards safer topics. "Let's focus on positive thoughts before bedtime," he said with forced cheerfulness. "We want everyone to have peaceful dreams." But peaceful dreams seemed unlikely. As we walked back to our cabin after the campfire, I noticed that the counselors had organized the return journey like a military operation. They positioned themselves at regular intervals along the path, each carrying a powerful flashlight, and they hurried us along with gentle but firm encouragement to stay together and keep moving. The moment we were inside cabin 7, Mr. Hendricks locked the door, something I hadn't seen him do on previous nights. He also checked that all the windows were securely latched, and I noticed he had placed a baseball bat beside his chair near the door. "Is everything okay?" Connor asked, voicing what we were all thinking. "Just being cautious," Mr. Hendricks replied, but his smile was thin and didn't reach his eyes. "Sometimes the wildlife gets more active during certain weather patterns." I looked outside. The night was clear and still, hardly the kind of weather that would agitate normal forest animals. As the lights went out and my bunkmates settled into sleep, I lay awake listening to the now familiar progression of sounds. First the normal cricket chorus, then the gradual quieting as something moved through the woods, then the unnatural silence that seemed to precede the arrival of whatever was haunting our nights. But tonight was different. Tonight the scratching sounds were accompanied by something new, a low vocalization that was neither fully animal nor fully human. It rose and fell in patterns that suggested communication, as if whatever was outside was calling to something else in the darkness. The calls were answered. From different directions around the camp, similar sounds echoed through the night. I counted at least 3 distinct voices, maybe more, creating a complex harmony of alien communication that made my skin crawl. Whatever was out there, we were surrounded. I couldn't resist any longer. Despite every instinct screaming at me to stay hidden under my blankets, I had to know what we were dealing with. Moving with infinite care, I shifted position in my bunk until I could peer through the window without exposing too much of myself to whatever might be looking back. The moon was fuller tonight, providing just enough illumination to distinguish shapes from shadows. What I saw made my heart hammer against my ribs with such force that I was sure the sound would give me away. There were figures moving between the trees, tall, upright shapes that walked on two legs but moved with an inhuman fluidity that suggested they were equally comfortable on four. They stayed just inside the tree line, but their positioning was clearly deliberate. They had surrounded the entire camp, standing like sentries in the darkness. As I watched, one of the figures stepped closer to our cabin, moving into the small clearing that separated the building from the forest. In the pale moonlight, I could see enough detail to understand why my mind had been struggling to categorize what I was seeing. The proportions were wrong for a human, too tall, limbs too long, head sitting at an angle that suggested a different bone structure entirely. But it walked upright, used its arms with obvious intelligence, and the way it tilted its head as it studied our cabin suggested a level of cognitive awareness that no wild animal possessed. The figure stood there for several minutes, occasionally turning its head to listen to the calls echoing from other parts of the camp. Then, without warning, it looked directly at our window. Even from a distance of 30 feet, I could see its eyes, large, reflective, and undeniably focused on the exact spot where I was hiding behind the glass. We stared at each other across that small expanse of moonlit ground, predator and prey locked in a moment of mutual recognition. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if it could see not just my physical form but something deeper. My fear, my curiosity, my desperate need to understand what was happening. Then it raised one long arm and pressed what might have been a hand against a tree trunk. The scratching sound that followed was deliberate and rhythmic, clearly directed at me. It was marking the tree while looking straight at me, establishing some kind of connection that I didn't understand but that filled me with terror. I forced myself to remain motionless until the figure finally turned and melted back into the forest with its companions. Only then did I allow myself to breathe normally again, though my entire body was shaking with adrenaline and fear. The next morning brought news that changed everything. During breakfast, Mr. Patterson announced that one of the older campers, a boy named Austin from Cabin 12, had disappeared during the night. "Austin seems to have wandered off," Mr. Patterson said, his voice carefully controlled. "We've contacted the local authorities, and they're organizing a search party. In the meantime, we're implementing additional safety measures." Those safety measures included confining all campers to the main lodge area during daylight hours and establishing a buddy system that prohibited anyone from being alone at any time. Counselors now carried radios and positioned themselves at regular intervals around the camp's perimeter. But despite the increased security, I could see the fear in everyone's faces. Austin hadn't just wandered off. Something had taken him, and we all knew it, even if no one was willing to say so out loud. I managed to corner Jordan during one of the supervised bathroom breaks. "You knew this was going to happen," I accused quietly. He nodded grimly. "Not specifically, but yeah. It's been building up to something like this for years. They take someone every few summers, usually older kids who've been here before and seen too much. Take them where? Nobody knows. They just disappear. The official story is always that they wandered off and got lost, but search parties never find any trace. Not even clothing or equipment. Why don't people stop coming here? Why don't they shut down the camp?" Jordan was quiet for a long moment. "Because it's been going on for generations. My grandfather came to this camp when he was a kid, and he told me stories about campers disappearing even back then. The local families, the ones who've lived in these mountains for centuries, they know what's out there. They've learned to coexist with it, but they can't talk about it openly, because who would believe them?" "What are they?" I whispered. "Nobody knows for sure. The old-timers call them different names. The Watchers, the Between Ones, the Forest Folk. My grandfather said they were here long before white settlers arrived, long before Native Americans settled these mountains. They're something older, something that adapted to living alongside humans without revealing themselves. Until now. Climate change, deforestation, development pushing into their territory. Something's made them more desperate. Or maybe they're just tired of hiding. That afternoon, While the official search for Austin continued, I volunteered to help inventory supplies in the camp office, hoping to find more information about the disappearances. Mrs. Henderson, the camp secretary, was grateful for the assistance and didn't supervise me closely as I organized files and cleaned storage areas. In a locked filing cabinet, I discovered what I was looking for: incident reports dating back decades, documenting disappearances that had been carefully attributed to hiking accidents, animal attacks, or runaways. But the pattern was unmistakable. Every few years, someone vanished without a trace, usually during the height of summer when the camp was at full capacity. More disturbing were the marginal notes written in various hands over the years, observations and theories that the official reports omitted, references to unusual tracks, coordinated animal behavior, and systematic surveillance painted a picture of something far more organized and intelligent than random wildlife encounters. One report from 15 years earlier included a hand-drawn map marking locations where anomalous activity had been observed. The map showed a rough circle encompassing the entire camp, with notations indicating that the activity was concentrated in areas with the densest forest cover and steepest terrain. According to the notes, the pattern had remained consistent for decades. Periods of increased observation, followed by escalating contact attempts, and finally a disappearance. After each disappearance, there would be several years of relative quiet before the cycle began again. We were currently in the escalation phase. That night, the camp's atmosphere had deteriorated into barely controlled panic. Parents had been calling throughout the day, demanding to know about Austin's disappearance and threatening to drive up and collect their children immediately. The counselors worked overtime to maintain the facade of normalcy, but their efforts were undermined by the obvious presence of law enforcement personnel and the fact that no one was allowed to be alone. In Cabin 7, Mr. Hendricks had abandoned any pretense of sleeping. He sat in his chair by the door with the baseball bat across his knees, checking his radio every few minutes, and occasionally peering through the windows. None of us even attempted to sleep. "We should tell them what we've seen," Connor whispered from his bunk. "Tell them what?" Luke replied. "That we think Bigfoot is real and living in the woods? They'll think we're having some kind of mass hysteria." "Maybe that's what it is," Tyler suggested hopefully. "Maybe we're all just freaking ourselves out and seeing things that aren't there." But as if summoned by his skepticism, the sounds began again, closer and more aggressive than ever before. The scratching came from multiple directions simultaneously, as if our cabin was being surrounded by creatures marking territory or coordinating an attack. The vocalizations were louder too, complex harmonies that seemed to carry information between the different groups. Mr. Hendricks stood up abruptly, his radio crackling to life with urgent transmissions from other parts of the camp. I could make out fragmentary reports, movement in Sector 3, and perimeter breach near the lake, and count at least 6 individuals. Then the sound stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. In that absolute quiet, we could hear our own breathing, the rapid beating of our hearts, and the subtle creaking of the cabin as night temperatures caused the wood to contract. Something was testing the door. The handle turned slowly, quietly, as if someone was checking whether it was locked. Mr. Hendricks raised his bat and keyed his radio, but before he could speak, the pressure on the door stopped. Instead, we heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, and definitely bipedal, moving around the cabin's perimeter. Each step was carefully placed, avoiding the dry leaves and twigs that would create noise. Whatever was circling our cabin possessed an intelligence sophisticated enough to understand stealth, patience, and tactical positioning. The footsteps stopped at the window beside my bunk. I could sense a presence just beyond the glass, large and watchful. My bunkmates had gone completely still, afraid that any movement would attract attention. But I knew it was too late for hiding. Whatever was outside already knew exactly where each of us was located. A soft tapping began on the window. Not random or frantic, but rhythmic and purposeful. 3 quick taps, pause. 2 slower taps, pause. Then the pattern repeated. It was definitely communication, possibly directed at me specifically since I was closest to the window. Mr. Hendricks crept across the cabin, bat raised, positioning himself beside the window. He gestured for us to stay in our bunks, and keyed his radio again, whispering coordinates and requesting immediate backup. The tapping stopped. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like breaking branches, something large moved away from our cabin with surprising speed. Through the windows, we could see shapes retreating into the forest, moving with the fluid grace I'd observed before. Minutes later, flashlight beams swept across the clearing as a team of counselors and security personnel converged on our cabin. They found scratches on the door handle, footprints in the soft earth beneath our window, and scored marks on the tree trunks where something had been sharpening long claws. But they found no clear answers, only more evidence that we were dealing with something that defied conventional explanation. The next morning brought an emergency assembly in the main lodge. Parents had been contacted, and buses were being arranged to evacuate the camp 3 days early. The official explanation was wildlife management concerns, but everyone knew the truth was far more serious. Mr. Patterson looked like he hadn't slept in days. "We've decided to conclude this session early as a precautionary measure," he announced to the assembled campers and parents who had driven up during the night. "While we've had no confirmed dangerous encounters, we believe it's prudent to err on the side of caution." But I knew we were past the point of caution. Austin was still missing. The creature's behavior was escalating, and it was only a matter of time before someone else disappeared, or worse. During the chaos of packing and preparation for departure, I sought out Jordan one final time. Is there anywhere Austin might have gone? Anywhere he might be hiding? Jordan shook his head. When they take someone, that person doesn't come back. My grandfather told me stories about people who tried to follow, tried to find where they go. Those people disappeared too. So we just leave? We abandon Austin? What choice do we have? We can't fight something we don't understand. Something that knows these woods better than we ever will. As the first buses loaded with the youngest campers, I made a decision that I knew was dangerous but couldn't avoid. I slipped away from the evacuation staging area and headed toward the forest, following the marked trail that led to the clearing where I'd found the scratched trees. I told myself I was looking for clues about Austin's disappearance, but the truth was more complex. Something about my encounter with the creature at the window had created a connection I couldn't ignore. The rhythmic tapping, the way it had looked directly at me. It felt like communication, like an invitation or challenge that demanded a response. The trail seemed different in daylight, more threatening despite the bright sunshine filtering through the canopy. Every shadow could conceal a watching presence. Every rustling leaf might signal movement that wasn't caused by wind. But I pressed on, driven by a compulsion I didn't fully understand. The clearing looked peaceful enough, just an ordinary forest meadow with a few scarred trees. But as I examined the scratch marks more closely, I realized they formed patterns, not random territorial markings, but deliberate symbols that suggested a level of abstract thinking far beyond what any known animal possessed. That's when I heard the breathing behind me. I turned slowly, my heart hammering, and found myself face to face with one of the creatures I'd been seeing in the darkness. In full daylight, it was even more disturbing than my glimpses through the cabin window had suggested. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, with proportions that were almost human but subtly wrong in ways that triggered a primal fear response. Its skin had a grayish tone that seemed to shift between textures, sometimes appearing smooth like human flesh, other times showing patterns that might have been scales or bark. Its face was the most unsettling aspect, recognizably humanoid but with features that suggested adaptation to a different environment or evolutionary pressure. We stared at each other across the clearing, and I realized that this was what all the escalating encounters had been building toward. Not an attack, but a meeting. The creature studied me with obvious intelligence, tilting its head in a gesture that seemed almost curious. Then it did something that changed everything. It spoke. Not in English, not in any human language, but in a series of sounds that clearly carried meaning and intention. The vocalizations were complex, layered with harmonics that suggested vocal capabilities far beyond human range. When I didn't respond, it tried again, this time incorporating sounds I recognized from the nighttime communications, the rhythmic patterns that had accompanied the scratching and tapping. It was trying to communicate, to establish some kind of dialogue. And somehow, impossibly, I found myself understanding the basic intent, if not the specific meaning. It wasn't threatening me. It was trying to explain something, to convey information that it considered important. The encounter lasted only a few minutes before the sound of search parties crashing through the underbrush sent the creature melting back into the forest with fluid grace. But those few minutes changed my understanding of everything that had been happening at the camp. We weren't dealing with monsters or primitive creatures driven by instinct. We were encountering a species with its own intelligence, its own communication system, its own purposes that we had never bothered to try to understand. And Austin hadn't been taken by predators. He had been recruited, chosen for reasons that remained beyond my comprehension, but that suggested a level of purpose and planning that made our human assumptions about wildlife seem laughably primitive. The search party found me in the clearing 20 minutes later, and the relief on their faces made it clear how dangerous my solo expedition had been. But I couldn't tell them about my encounter with the creature. Not yet. Not until I had more time to process what it meant. During the bus ride home, I sat by myself near the back, staring out the window at the forest that was gradually giving way to farmland and small towns. Other campers chatted about summer plans and complained about the early departure. But my mind was consumed with questions about what I had witnessed. In the weeks that followed, I researched everything I could find about cryptozoology, indigenous folklore, and historical accounts of unexplained encounters in the North Carolina mountains. What I discovered was a pattern of reports stretching back centuries, descriptions of beings that lived parallel to human society, but remained hidden, interacting with our world only when necessary. The Cherokee had stories about the Little People, and other forest dwellers who existed in the spaces between human understanding. Early settlers wrote about glimpses of something that might have been human but wasn't quite right. Modern researchers documented tracks, vocalizations, and behaviors that suggested a species adapted to coexistence through concealment. But climate change, habitat destruction, and increasing human presence in wilderness areas had apparently forced them to become more active, more visible. What we had experienced at the camp might have been an attempt at communication, an effort to establish some kind of understanding before the overlap between their world and ours became unavoidable. Austin was never found, despite extensive searches by law enforcement and volunteer groups. The official investigation concluded that he had become lost in the wilderness and perished from exposure, but his body was never recovered. The camp was permanently closed, its buildings sold to a development company that planned to build luxury vacation homes on the property. But I knew the truth was more complex. Austin had been chosen for reasons I might never understand, recruited into something that existed beyond the boundaries of human society. Whether that was salvation or sacrifice remained an open question. 3 months later, I received an unexpected package with no return address. Inside was a single photograph taken with a telephoto lens, showing a figure standing at the edge of a distant forest clearing. The image was too blurry to make out specific details, but the proportions and posture were recognizably human. On the back of the photograph, someone had written a single word in handwriting I didn't recognize. Austin. He was alive, or had been when the picture was taken, but he was no longer entirely human, no longer part of our world in any meaningful sense. The camp experience had been an initiation, a testing process that identified individuals who could bridge the gap between species. I never returned to that part of North Carolina, never attempted to investigate further. Some knowledge carries too high a price, and some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. But sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I find myself listening to the sounds beyond my bedroom window and wondering what might be watching from the darkness, evaluating, choosing, preparing for the next phase of contact between our species and something older, stranger, and far more patient than anything we had ever imagined. The scratching sounds I heard at camp still visit my dreams, no longer terrifying but filled with a significance I'm only beginning to understand. They weren't threats or territorial markings. They were invitations to join something larger than human society, something that had been waiting in the shadows for individuals capable of accepting the truth about what else shares our world. And sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, I find myself wondering if I should have said yes. My name is Frank Jackson, and I'm 67 years old now, but the events I'm about to recount happened back in the summer of 1993. I lived in a small town in Vermont called Bennington, a place so quiet that the loudest thing you'd hear was the hum of a distant lawnmower or the occasional bark of a neighbor's dog. It was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone else's business, for better or worse. I ran a small auto repair shop that my old man had left me when he passed. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept food on the table for me and my daughter Lila. The shop was a weathered old building on the outskirts of town, with faded red paint peeling off the sides and a rusted sign that creaked in the wind. Inside, it smelled of motor oil and rubber, a scent I'd grown to love over the years. Layla was my world. She had just turned 12 that summer, and we celebrated with our annual camping trip out by Somerset Reservoir. It was our little tradition. something we'd been doing since she was old enough to roast a marshmallow. Every year, just the two of us out in nature. No phones, no distractions, just us and the great outdoors. Leela loved it. She had this knack for spotting wildlife, and she'd always find the best trails. She was a curious kid, always asking questions about the plants and animals we'd see. I'd do my best to answer, but half the time I was making things up. She probably knew it, but she never let on. The day before we left for our trip, I closed up the shop early. I remember standing in the doorway, looking out at the quiet street. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. There was a stillness in the air, the kind that comes before a storm. I should have taken it as a sign, but I was too excited about our trip to pay it any mind. That night, as I packed our camping gear into the old Ford pickup, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, moving at the edge of our property. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness of the trees at the edge of our yard. I shrugged it off, blaming it on my imagination and the fading light. If only I had known then what I know now, maybe I could have prevented what was to come. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. And sometimes the things that lurk in the shadows are better left undisturbed. As I finished loading the truck, Leela came bounding out of the house, her backpack slung over one shoulder. Her brown hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and her green eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dad, can we leave now? Please?" she begged, practically bouncing on her toes. I couldn't help but laugh. "Not yet, kiddo. We'll head out first thing in the morning. You got everything packed?" She nodded enthusiastically. "Yep, I even packed extra batteries for the flashlight, just like you taught me." I ruffled her hair, feeling a surge of pride. That's my girl. Always prepared. We went back inside, and I made us a simple dinner of spaghetti and meatballs. As we ate, Lila chattered on about all the things she wanted to do on our trip. Go hiking, catch fish, look for constellations. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself getting more excited about the trip. After dinner, we sat on the porch swing, watching the fireflies come out. The air was warm and heavy with the scent of summer flowers. In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of a train whistle. It was a perfect Vermont summer night. "Dad," Leela said suddenly, her voice serious. "Do you believe in ghosts?" The question caught me off guard. "Ghosts? Where'd that come from?" She shrugged, picking at a loose thread on her shorts. "I dunno. Just thinking, I guess. Tommy at school said his house is haunted." I chuckled. "Tommy's got a wild imagination. There's no such thing as ghosts, Lila. Just stories people make up to scare each other." She nodded, but I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced. "But what if there were? What would you do?" I put my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "If there were ghosts and they tried to mess with you, they'd have to go through me first. Nothing's gonna hurt you while I'm around. You got that?" She smiled up at me, her worry seeming to melt away. "Got it, Dad." We sat there for a while longer, watching the stars come out. Eventually, I sent her off to bed, reminding her we had an early start in the morning. As I locked up the house that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was Lila's question about ghosts, or maybe it was just pre-trip jitters. Whatever it was, I pushed it to the back of my mind. We had a camping trip to look forward to, after all. If only I had known then what awaited us in those woods. If only I had paid attention to that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. But I didn't. And that's where our story really begins. The next morning dawned bright and clear. We set out early, the truck loaded with our gear, the cooler filled with enough food to last us a week. Lila was buzzing with excitement, her face pressed against the window as we drove out of town. The drive to Somerset Reservoir took about an hour, winding through dense forests and past sparkling streams. As we got further from town, the trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out over the road like grasping fingers. We arrived at the campsite just before noon. It was a small clearing not far from the water, surrounded by towering pines. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. "Race you to the water," Leela shouted, taking off before I could even respond. I chuckled, watching her dash through the trees. "Be careful," I called after her, but she was already out of sight. I started unpacking the truck, setting up our tent and arranging our gear. By the time Lila came back, breathless and grinning, I had a small fire going. "The water's so clear, Dad," she exclaimed, flopping down next to me. "I saw fish and everything." We spent the afternoon exploring the area around our campsite. Lila led the way, pointing out interesting plants and rocks. She had always been observant, but out here in nature, it was like her senses were heightened. As the sun began to set, we made our way back to the campsite. I got the fire going again while Lila arranged our chairs. We roasted hot dogs over the flames, laughing and talking about nothing in particular. It was our second night when things started to get weird. We had spent the day hiking and fishing, and we were both exhausted. Lila was roasting marshmallows, her face glowing in the firelight. I was sitting back enjoying the peace, when I saw something move at the edge of the trees. "Hey, Lila," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Did you see that?" She turned, marshmallow stick in hand. "See what?" I squinted into the darkness. I thought I saw someone out there. Lila laughed. "Dad, you're always seeing things. It was probably just a deer." I nodded, but kept my eyes on the tree line. The movement had been quick, too quick for a deer. But I didn't want to spook her, so I let it go. That night, as we settled into our sleeping bags, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I tried to sleep, but every little noise had me on edge. The rustling of leaves, the crack of a twig, even the gentle lapping of water against the shore. It all seemed amplified in the darkness. Around midnight, I heard it again. A rustling, then a snap, like a twig breaking underfoot. I sat up, straining to hear, but there was only silence. Next to me, Lila slept peacefully, oblivious to my unease. I unzipped the tent flap as quietly as I could and peered out. The moon was full, casting an eerie silver light over the campsite. Everything looked normal, but there was a heaviness to the air, a tension that hadn't been there before. I was about to close the tent and try to get some sleep when I saw it. A figure, small and slight, standing at the edge of the clearing. It was too dark to make out any features, but something about its stillness sent a chill down my spine. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I blinked, and in that split second it was gone. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had imagined it. But the unease in my gut told me otherwise. I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound, every shadow seemed to hide some unknown threat. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. As Leela stirred in her sleeping bag, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The morning air was cool and damp, a fine mist hanging over the campsite. I stretched, trying to work out the kinks in my back from a night of fitful sleep. That's when I saw them, footprints. Small like a child circling our tent. They hadn't been there the night before, I was sure of it. My heart began to race as I followed their path with my eyes. They circled the tent a few times, then simply vanished. "Lila," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you walk around the tent last night?" She poked her head out of the tent, her hair a tangled mess. "No, I was asleep." "Why?" I forced a smile, just wondering, probably some animal. But I didn't believe it. And as I stood there, staring at those small footprints, I knew our peaceful camping trip had come to an end. Something was out there, watching us, and I had a feeling it wasn't going to leave us alone. We packed up quickly that morning. I told Lila we had forgotten some important supplies and needed to head back to town. She was disappointed, but didn't argue. I think she could sense my unease, even if she didn't understand it. The drive back was tense. Every curve in the road, every shadow in the trees seemed to hide some unseen threat. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us. Lila was quiet, picking up on my mood. "Dad," she said finally, breaking the silence. "Is everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Of course, kiddo. Just a little tired, that's all." She didn't look convinced, but she nodded and went back to looking out the window. As we approached Bennington, I felt some of the tension leave my body. The familiar sights of our small town were comforting after the unsettling experience in the woods. We pulled up to our house, and for a moment, everything felt normal again. But that feeling didn't last long. Over the next few days, strange things started happening around the house. At first, it was small things. A toy would be in a different place than where Lila had left it. A door we were sure we'd closed would be open. Easy enough to brush off as forgetfulness or a draft. But then it escalated. We'd hear footsteps at night, soft and quick. Like a child running down the hallway, objects would move on their own, right before our eyes. One morning, I came down to find all the kitchen chairs stacked in a perfect pyramid in the middle of the room. Layla was scared. Hell, I was scared. But I tried to stay strong for her, to find logical explanations for what was happening. But deep down, I knew. Whatever had been watching us in the woods had followed us home. It was about a week after our return, when Lila came to me one morning, her eyes wide with fear. "Dad," she whispered, "do you hear the footsteps at night?" My heart sank. I had hoped she'd been sleeping through it all. "Yeah, I do," I admitted. "It's probably just the house settling." She shook her head vigorously. "No, Dad, it's not the house. I saw something last night." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean, you saw something?" Leela's lower lip trembled. "I woke up and there was someone in my room. A kid, I think. But..." She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. "But what, Lila?" I pressed gently. "But its eyes were all wrong," she whispered. They were completely black. Like there was nothing there at all. I pulled her into a tight hug, my mind racing. A child with black eyes. It sounded insane, but after everything we'd experienced, I couldn't dismiss it. That night, I decided to stay up and see if I could catch whatever was making the noise. I sat in the living room, the lights off, listening. The house creaked and settled, but otherwise all was quiet. Then around midnight I heard it. The soft patter of footsteps coming from Lila's room. My heart pounding. I grabbed a flashlight and crept down the hall. As I reached her door, the footsteps stopped. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and shined the light around. Lila was fast asleep, but there, standing at the foot of her bed, was a child. At least it looked like a child. Its skin was pale, almost translucent in the beam of my flashlight, and its eyes. Lila had been right. They were completely black, like two dark voids. It stood there, staring at me, not moving, not even seeming to breathe. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to sound authoritative. "What do you want?" It didn't answer. It just stared, those black eyes boring into me. I took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye it vanished, like a puff of smoke dissipating in the wind. I rushed to Lila's side, shaking her awake. "Lila, wake up!" She sat up, groggy and confused. "What's wrong, Dad?" "There was someone in your room," I said, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of the intruder. Lila looked around, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't see anyone." I checked the house thoroughly. Every door was locked, every window secured. There was no sign of how the child had gotten in or how it had gotten out. As I tucked Lila back into bed, trying to reassure her that everything was okay, I couldn't shake the image of those black eyes from my mind. What was happening to us? And more importantly, how could I protect my daughter from something I didn't understand? I spent the rest of the night researching, looking for any mention of children with black eyes. What I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories, urban legends really, about something called the Black-Eyed Kids. They would show up usually at night, asking to be let in. And once they were inside, well, the stories never ended well. As the sun rose, casting a pale light through the windows, I knew one thing for certain. We couldn't face this alone. We needed help. And I knew just who to call. As soon as she was out the door, I headed to the Bennington Free Library. It was an old building, all brick and ivy, with towering shelves filled with books. I'd never been much of a reader, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The librarian, a kind-faced older woman named Mrs. Perkins, seemed surprised to see me. "Frank Jackson," she said, peering at me over her glasses. "I don't think I've seen you in here since you were in high school. What can I help you with?" I hesitated, unsure of how to explain what I was looking for without sounding crazy. "I'm doing some research," I said finally, "on local legends. Anything about supernatural occurrences in the area?" Mrs. Perkins raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. She led me to a section in the back of the library, filled with dusty old books on local history and folklore. "This should get you started," she said. "Let me know if you need anything else." I spent hours poring over those books, looking for any mention of black-eyed children or similar phenomena. Most of what I found was useless. Ghost stories and tall tales that bore no resemblance to what we were experiencing. But then, in a thin volume titled Shadows of the Green Mountains, I found something. It was just a brief mention, a paragraph really, about sightings of strange children in the woods around Somerset Reservoir. The book was vague on details, but it mentioned eyes like coal, and an unnatural stillness that sent chills down my spine. As I was reading, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I jumped, nearly knocking over my stack of books. It was Mrs. Perkins. "Sorry to startle you," she said, her voice low, "but I couldn't help overhearing what you were researching earlier. There's someone you might want to talk to." She scribbled a name and address on a piece of paper and handed it to me. "Hank Olson," she said. "He used to be a cop here in town. If anyone knows about the strange goings-on around here, it's him." I thanked her, tucked the paper into my pocket, and checked out the book on local legends. As I left the library, the sun was already starting to set. I had been there longer than I realized. I picked up Leela from her after-school program, trying to act as normal as possible. We had dinner, watched some TV, and I tucked her into bed. As I kissed her goodnight, I noticed the dark circles under her eyes. She wasn't sleeping well, and I knew why. Once I was sure she was asleep, I went to the kitchen and pulled out the piece of paper Mrs. Perkins had given me. I stared at it for a long moment before picking up the phone and dialing the number. It rang 3 times before a gruff voice answered. "Olson here." "Mr. Olson," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "My name is Frank Jackson. I got your number from Mrs. Perkins at the library. She said you might be able to help me with a problem I'm having." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "What kind of problem?" Hank asked finally. I took a deep breath and told him everything. The camping trip, the footprints, the strange occurrences in our house, and finally, the black-eyed child I had seen in Lila's room. As I spoke, I expected him to laugh, to tell me I was crazy and hang up, but he didn't. When I finished, there was another long pause. "I'll be over in 20 minutes, Hank said finally, and the line went dead. True to his word, 20 minutes later there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find a tall, weathered man with gray hair and sharp blue eyes. He was carrying a duffel bag. "Frank Jackson?" he asked. When I nodded, he stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. "We've got work to do." Hank Olson moved with the deliberate precision of a man who had seen his fair share of trouble. He set his duffel bag down on my kitchen table and fixed me with a steady gaze. "Before we start," he said, his voice low and serious, "I need you to understand something. What we're dealing with here, it's not natural. And once you know the truth, there's no going back. Are you sure you want to proceed?" I thought about Lila, about the fear in her eyes when she told me about the child in her room. "I'm sure," I said firmly. "I need to protect my daughter." Hank nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. He unzipped the duffel bag and began pulling out various items, books, strange-looking artifacts, and what looked like weapons. "I was on the force for 30 years. Hank began, laying out the items on the table. "Saw a lot of strange things in that time, but nothing compared to what I encountered in the summer of '78. He paused, his eyes distant as if reliving a memory. "It was a case similar to yours. Family out camping by Somerset Reservoir. They came back, changed, talked about children with black eyes, about feeling watched, about things moving on their own. Nobody believed them, of course. Chalked it up to hysteria, maybe bad mushrooms they'd eaten in the woods. But I knew better." "What were they?" I asked, my mouth dry. "These black-eyed children?" Hank's gaze snapped back to me. "They're not children," he said sharply. "At least not anymore. They're something else. Something old. Something that's been in these woods long before we ever came here." He picked up one of the books, an ancient-looking tome bound in dark leather. "According to the local Abenaki legends, there are spirits in the forest. Tricksters, shapeshifters. They take the form of children to lure in the unsuspecting. But their true nature," he shook his head, "it's not something meant for our world." "But why us?" I asked. "Why did they follow us home?" "You disturbed something out there," Hank said. "Maybe you camped on sacred ground, or maybe you just caught their attention. Either way, they've latched onto you now. Onto your daughter, specifically." My blood ran cold. "What do they want with Lila?" Hank's expression was grim. "Children are pure, untainted. These entities, They feed on that purity. They want to. I felt sick. The idea of these things wanting my daughter was almost too much to bear. How do we stop them? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It won't be easy, Hank warned, and it'll be dangerous. But if you're willing to do exactly as I say, we might have a chance. I nodded without hesitation. Whatever it takes. Hank began explaining his plan. We would need to return to the campsite, to the place where we had first encountered the entities. There we would perform a ritual to banish them back to wherever they came from. As Hank talked, laying out the details of what we needed to do, I felt a mix of fear and determination. This was all so far beyond anything I had ever experienced, beyond anything I had ever believed possible, but I knew I had no choice. For Layla's sake, I had to see this through. We spent the rest of the night preparing. Hank taught me protective symbols to draw and words of power to speak. We gathered supplies, salt, iron filings, sacred herbs. By the time the sun began to rise, we were ready. I called the auto shop and told them I needed a few days off for a family emergency. Then I woke Lila, telling her we were going on another camping trip. She seemed hesitant, but I assured her everything would be okay. As we loaded up the truck, Hank pulled me aside. "Remember," he said, his voice low and urgent, "no matter what you see, no matter what you hear, you stick to the plan. These things, they'll try to trick you, to confuse you. You can't let them." I nodded, feeling the weight of what we were about to do settling on my shoulders. As we pulled out of the driveway, Lila in the back seat and Hank beside me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving towards something that would change our lives forever. The trees seemed to close in around us as we made our way back to Somerset Reservoir. The familiar road now felt ominous, each bend potentially hiding some unseen danger. Lila was quiet in the back seat, her eyes wide as she took in the tension radiating from Hank and me. As we neared the campsite, the air seemed to thicken. A heavy mist had settled over the area, obscuring the trees and making the world feel smaller, more claustrophobic. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Stop here," Hank said suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence. I pulled over to the side of the road. We were still a good mile from our original campsite, but Hank insisted this was where we needed to be. "Listen to me carefully," he said, turning to face both Layla and me. "What we're about to do is dangerous, but if we stick together and follow the plan, we'll be okay. Layla, I need you to be brave. Can you do that?" Leela nodded, her face pale but determined. "I can be brave," she said, her voice small but steady. "That's my girl," I said, reaching back to squeeze her hand. We got out of the truck, the mist swirling around our ankles. Hank shouldered his duffel bag and handed me a backpack filled with supplies. Then with a nod he led us into the woods. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. As we walked, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We were being watched. I was sure of it. After what felt like hours but was probably only about 30 minutes, Hank held up a hand, signaling us to stop. We had reached a small clearing, not unlike the one where Lila and I had camped. "This is it," Hank said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is where we make our stand." We set to work, following Hank's instructions to the letter. We laid out a circle of salt, placed candles at specific points, burned herbs that filled the air with pungent smoke. All the while I could feel unseen eyes on us, watching our every move. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, Hank turned to us. "It's time," he said. "Whatever happens next, remember, don't leave the circle, don't listen to anything they say, and most importantly, don't let them in." He began to chant, his voice rising and falling in a language I didn't understand. The air around us seemed to vibrate, the mist thickening until we could barely see beyond our circle of salt. And then we saw them. Shadowy figures, child-sized, emerging from the mist. Their eyes were black voids, their faces pale and expressionless. They moved with an unnatural grace, circling us, watching us. Leela whimpered, pressing closer to me. I held her tight, my heart pounding in my chest. One of the figures stepped forward. When it spoke, its voice was a chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Let us in," it said. "We just want to play." I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering Hank's warning. Don't listen to them. Don't let them in. The chanting grew louder, more urgent. The air crackled with energy. The black-eyed children pressed closer, their whispers becoming more insistent, more threatening. "Daddy," one of them said, in a voice that sounded terrifyingly like Lila's. "Daddy, please, I'm scared. Let me in." It took every ounce of willpower I had not to reach out, not to step beyond the circle of salt. I held Lila closer, feeling her trembling against me. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light. The chanting reached a crescendo, and I heard the black-eyed children shriek, a sound of fury and despair that chilled me to my very core. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The mist dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. I opened my eyes to find the clearing empty, save for the three of us. Hank slumped to the ground, exhausted. "It's done," he said, his voice hoarse. "They're gone." I looked down at Lila, who was staring wide-eyed at the now empty forest around us. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice small and uncertain. I hugged her tightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. "Yes, sweetheart," I said. "It's over. We're safe now." As we made our way back to the truck, the forest slowly came back to life around us. Birds began to sing. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It felt as though a great weight had been lifted. That night, back at home, Lila slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. I sat in her doorway, watching her, marveling at her resilience. We had faced something beyond imagination, something that defied everything I had ever believed about the world, and we had survived. Hank stopped by the next day to check on us. "You did good," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "But remember, just because we won this battle doesn't mean the war is over. There are things out there, things most people never see. You've glimpsed behind the curtain now. You can't unsee it." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Our world had changed, expanded to include things I once would have dismissed as impossible, but we were stronger for it. We had faced the darkness and emerged on the other side. As Hank turned to leave, he paused. "You know," he said, a hint of a smile on his weathered face, "I could use some help sometimes. Dealing with these unusual cases. If you're interested, that is." I looked back at Lila, playing happily in the living room, then back to Hank. I thought about other families who might face what we had, about the horrors lurking in the shadows that most people never saw. "Yeah," I said finally. "I think I am interested." Hank nodded, satisfied. "Good. Get some rest. I have a feeling we're going to be busy." As I closed the door behind him, I felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Our ordeal with the black-eyed children was over, but I knew it was just the beginning of a new chapter in our lives. Whatever came next, whatever otherworldly threats we might face, I knew one thing for certain: we would face them together, as a family. I've always been drawn to nature, feeling a strange pull towards the wild. The city never appealed to me. Too many people, too many prying eyes. But out there, in the forests and on the trails, I found a sense of freedom that I couldn't experience anywhere else. Little did I know that this freedom would come at a steep price, one that I could never have anticipated. It was the summer of 1996, a few years before I settled down and attempted to leave my wandering days behind. I was in my early 30s then, not exactly a seasoned outdoorsman, but I had done my fair share of solo treks. That summer, I decided to challenge myself with something more remote and demanding. I had heard whispers about the Blackstone Forest, nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, in a secluded part of West Virginia where even the locals seemed uneasy discussing it. Like many places in the Appalachians, Blackstone had its share of stories. Some were charming, others chilling. But Blackstone's reputation was different, darker somehow. It wasn't the kind of place you'd find in tourist brochures. The locals spoke of strange disappearances, of people vanishing into thin air, only to reappear years later, if at all. I dismissed these tales as mere campfire ghost stories, the kind of local folklore that every remote area seems to accumulate. My world was grounded in practicality and reality, or so I thought. I set out on a Friday morning in early July. My plan was rough but ambitious. A week in the woods, hiking the less traveled paths, exploring parts of the forest that most people overlooked or avoided. I packed light but prepared. bringing enough essentials to survive if things went awry. The first couple of days were uneventful, exactly what I had hoped for. It was just me, the trees, and the occasional rustle of wildlife. The trail I followed had grown faint, almost as if no one had walked it in years. But that suited me fine. I was seeking solitude after all. By the third night I had found a small clearing to set up camp. It wasn't ideal, but the sky was clear, and I could see stars twinkling through gaps in the canopy. I remember feeling an odd sense of calm, which, in hindsight, should have been the first warning sign. In places like Blackstone, calm rarely lasts. It was around midnight when I first heard it. A low droning sound, like wind rushing through a narrow pass, but the air was still. I sat up in my tent, straining to listen. The noise wasn't constant. It pulsed, seeming to come from deep within the woods. At first I rationalized it as an animal, or perhaps a distant storm. I tried to sleep, but the sound persisted. After about an hour of restless tossing and turning, curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The forest around my camp was dense, but something felt wrong that night. I can't explain it precisely, but the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if eavesdropping. The air had a strange weight to it, thicker and harder to breathe. I stood still, shining my light into the darkness, listening for the sound again. But there was only silence now, an oppressive kind of silence, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Then I heard the snap of a twig. I swung the flashlight around, scanning the tree line. Nothing. But I could feel something watching me. I know how that sounds, but it's the only way to describe it. I wasn't alone out there, and whatever was with me wasn't a deer or a bear. It was smarter than that, quieter. I told myself to stay calm, that I was being paranoid, but the hairs on the back of my neck told a different story. I retreated to my tent, zipped it up, and sat with my back against the wall, gripping my flashlight like a lifeline. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I remember is waking up to the sound of rustling outside. It was faint, like something moving through the underbrush, but close enough that I couldn't ignore it. I stayed quiet, listening. The rustling grew louder, more deliberate, and then stopped right outside my tent. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Whatever was out there was waiting, listening just like I was. The seconds stretched into minutes, and then in a heartbeat, the side of the tent collapsed inward as if something heavy had brushed against it. My heart nearly exploded out of my chest, but I remained still. My brain was screaming at me to run, to get the hell out of there, but my body was frozen in place. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the pressure lifted. I could hear the rustling again, moving away this time, back into the forest. It was only then that I realized I had been holding my breath. I gasped for air, feeling like I'd just escaped death. But I wasn't sure what death would have looked like out there. Not yet. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I packed up and got moving. I wasn't foolish enough to stay another night in that clearing. I figured I could find a better spot further down the trail, closer to the river I knew ran through this part of the forest. The hike was grueling. Steep inclines, uneven ground, dense underbrush that seemed to grab at my legs with every step. But the movement helped settle my nerves. By noon I'd reached a small creek, where I decided to rest and refill my water bottles. That's when I noticed something strange in the mud along the bank. Footprints. Human footprints. But they weren't fresh. They were partially washed away by the creek, but they were unmistakably there, leading into the woods. At first I thought maybe some other hiker had passed through here recently, but then I noticed how old they looked. And then it hit me. There were no other tracks, no signs of anyone coming back, just a single set of prints disappearing into the trees. I followed them. I don't know why. Maybe I was still chasing whatever had spooked me the night before. Maybe I just needed to know. The tracks led deeper into the forest, far from any trail I recognized. The further I went, the darker the woods became, as if the sunlight couldn't reach here. After what felt like an hour, the footprints disappeared completely, swallowed up by the undergrowth. And that's when I found the cabin. It was small, barely more than a shack, half hidden by vines and moss. The wood was rotting, and the roof sagged dangerously. I didn't want to go inside, but something pushed me toward it. Maybe it was that same curiosity that had gotten me into trouble the night before. Maybe I just needed answers. The door creaked open with a single push, and the smell hit me first. Damp, decaying wood, and something else. Something rancid. Inside, the cabin was empty. save for a single wooden chair in the center of the room facing the doorway. On the floor beside the chair was a small pile of bones. Animal bones from the looks of it, but I couldn't be sure. The air was thick with rot, and yet there was something oddly fresh about it, as if the decay had been recent. I backed out of the cabin slowly, my mind racing. This wasn't some abandoned shelter. Someone had been here. Someone or something was still here. As I turned to leave, I saw something hanging from the trees just beyond the cabin, swinging gently in the breeze. It was a body. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was hanging by his neck, his body bloated and blackened from exposure. I didn't need to get closer to know he was dead, long dead, but there was something about his face, or what remained of it, that looked familiar. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen him before. Maybe on a missing persons flyer, maybe on the news. I didn't stick around to figure it out. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, the sun was beginning to set, and I was completely lost. The woods were quiet again, too quiet. I felt the weight of that silence pressing down on me, choking me. And then I heard it, the same droning sound from the night before, pulsing through the trees. It was closer now, so close I could feel it vibrating in my bones. I kept moving, trying to put as much distance between me and that sound as possible. But no matter how fast I went, it was always there, always behind me. I stumbled through the forest, tripping over roots and rocks, barely able to see in the fading light. And then I saw something in the distance, another figure, standing still in the shadows. It wasn't the man I had seen hanging from the tree. This one was different, taller, thinner, almost skeletal in its appearance. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched me as I approached. I felt a surge of terror, but also something else, something like recognition. As I got closer, I realized why it looked familiar. It was me, or rather, it was what I would look like if I had been out here for years, starving, exposed to the elements. Its skin was pulled tight over its bones, its eyes sunken and lifeless. But they were my eyes, staring back at me with a mixture of hunger and desperation. I turned and ran again, faster than I thought possible. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something behind me now, not just the droning sound but footsteps, heavy and fast. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I don't know how long I ran or how far. My lungs were burning. My legs felt like lead. But eventually, I broke through the tree line and found myself on a dirt road. I collapsed, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. As I lay there trying to catch my breath, I heard a car approaching. I managed to pull myself to my feet and flag it down. The driver, an older man in a pickup truck, looked at me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. I must have been a sight, clothes torn, covered in dirt and scratches, wild-eyed and panting. "You okay, son?" he asked, rolling down his window. I shook my head, still struggling to speak. I was lost in the woods. Blackstone Forest. I don't know what I saw. The old man's expression changed from concern to something like fear. Blackstone? You shouldn't go in there. Folks go missing in those woods. Come on, get in. I'll take you to town. As we drove, I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded crazy even to my own ears. The old man listened silently, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "You're not the first," he said finally. "People have been seeing things in those woods for years. Things that ain't natural. Most folks don't come back out. You're lucky." We reached the small town of Millbrook as night was falling. The old man dropped me off at the local motel, refusing any payment for the ride. "Just stay out of those woods," he said as he drove away. I spent the night in the motel, unable to sleep, jumping at every sound. The next morning, I went to the local police station to report what I had seen. The officer listened to my story with a blank expression, then told me they'd look into it. But I could tell from his tone that he didn't believe me, that he'd heard stories like this before. I stayed in Millbrook for a few days, trying to gather information about Blackstone Forest. The locals were tight-lipped, but I managed to piece together bits and pieces. There had been disappearances over the years, hikers and campers who went into the woods and never came out. Some had been found, weeks or months later, but they were never the same. They spoke of things in the forest, things that shouldn't exist. As I dug deeper, I found old newspaper clippings, Reports of strange lights in the sky above Blackstone, of unexplained phenomena dating back decades. But nothing concrete, nothing that could explain what I had seen. After a week, I left Millbrook. I couldn't stay there, couldn't bear the weight of the forest looming on the horizon. But I couldn't go home either. What I had seen, what I had experienced, had changed me. I spent the next few months drifting from town to town, always looking over my shoulder, always feeling like something was watching me. I tried to put it behind me, to forget about Blackstone and what had happened there. But the memories haunted me. The sound of that droning noise would wake me up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. I'd see shadows moving in the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turned to look. It's been years now since that summer in Blackstone Forest. I've tried to move on, to build a normal life, but I know that what I experienced was real. I know that there are things out there, in the dark corners of the world, that defy explanation, and I know that someday, somehow, I'll have to go back, because whatever is in Blackstone Forest is still there, waiting, and I'm the only one who knows the truth. Sometimes late at night I can still hear that droning sound, feel that presence watching me, and I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I never really left those woods at all. Maybe a part of me is still there, wandering through the endless trees, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. And maybe someday I'll find my way back to that cabin, to that figure in the woods that looks so much like me. And then perhaps I'll finally understand what really happened in Blackstone Forest. But until then, I'll keep moving, keep running. Because I know that if I stop, if I let my guard down for even a moment, whatever is out there in those woods might finally catch up to me, and I'm not sure I'm ready to face what that might mean. So I keep going, day after day, haunted by memories of a place that shouldn't exist, and experiences that defy explanation, because in the end, that's all I can do. Keep moving, keep searching for answers, and hope that someday I'll find a way to make peace with what happened in Blackstone Forest. But deep down, I know the truth. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some doors better left unopened. And Blackstone Forest, that's a door that once opened, can never truly be closed again. My name is Arthur Scott, and I am 77 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on October 7th, 1995. I had decided to take my RV out for a weekend camping trip to the Blackwater Falls State Park in West Virginia. It wasn't the first time I'd been there. I loved the peace and quiet the place offered. Being a teacher, I relished these moments away from the hustle of the school and the noise of the town. I set off early on Friday morning with my dog Max riding shotgun. Max was a loyal companion. A big German shepherd who was as gentle as a lamb but could look intimidating when he needed to. The drive to the park was uneventful, winding through the beautiful Appalachian countryside. The leaves were just starting to turn, painting the landscape in vibrant shades of red, orange, and gold. We got to the park around noon, found a good spot by the river, and set up camp. The campground was relatively empty, which wasn't unusual for this time of year. Most families had already taken their summer vacations, and the weather was starting to cool off. I liked it this way. Fewer people meant more tranquility. I spent the afternoon setting up the campsite, arranging the chairs, and preparing the fire pit. Max explored the surrounding area, his tail wagging excitedly as he sniffed every tree and bush within reach. As I worked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over me. This was what I needed, a break from the daily grind, a chance to reconnect with nature. As evening approached, I decided to take a walk along the river. The water was low this time of year, exposing smooth river rocks along the banks. I picked my way carefully along the shore, enjoying the sound of the rushing water and the crisp autumn air. Max bounded ahead, splashing in the shallows and chasing after the occasional fish. When we returned to the campsite, I started a fire and cooked a simple dinner of beans and hot dogs. Max sat patiently by my side, his eyes never leaving the food. I chuckled and tossed him a hot dog, which he caught mid-air with impressive agility for his size. After dinner, I sat by the fire, reading a book I'd brought along, a historical novel about the Civil War. The crackling of the fire and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze created a perfect backdrop for reading. Max lay at my feet, occasionally lifting his head to scan the darkening woods around us. It was around sunset when I noticed the first odd thing. Max, usually so full of energy, was pacing nervously by the edge of the woods. His ears were pricked, and he was making these low whimpering sounds. I called him back and he came, but he kept looking back towards the trees. He just sat down next to me, still staring at the tree line. I tried to see what had caught his attention, but the gathering darkness made it difficult to make out anything beyond the first few rows of trees. "What is it, boy?" I asked, but Max just whined in response. I chalked it up to wildlife. Maybe he'd caught the scent of a deer or a raccoon. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. Owls hooted in the distance, and I could hear the occasional rustle in the underbrush. Probably small animals foraging for food. Despite the familiar sounds, there was an undercurrent of tension that I couldn't quite shake. I decided to turn in early, hoping to get an early start the next day for some hiking. I secured the campsite, making sure all the food was properly stored to avoid attracting bears, and retreated to the RV with Max. He seemed reluctant to enter, lingering by the door and looking back at the woods. I had to coax him inside with a treat. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The RV creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, and outside the forest seemed unusually active. I could hear branches snapping and leaves rustling, as if something large was moving through the undergrowth. Max was restless too, pacing back and forth in the small confines of the RV. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start in the early hours of the morning. The RV was silent, and even the forest outside seemed to have gone quiet. Too quiet. I sat up, straining my ears for any sound. That's when I heard it, a low guttural growl coming from right outside the RV. My heart began to race. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by the bed, my hands shaking slightly. Max was standing by the door, his hackles raised and a low growl rumbling in his chest. I whispered for him to be quiet, not wanting to provoke whatever was out there. Slowly I made my way to the window and peered out. The campsite was bathed in pale moonlight, casting long shadows across the ground. At first I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Then a movement caught my eye. Something large and dark was moving at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the moonlight. I held my breath, watching as the shape moved with an unnatural fluidity. It was too big to be a deer, and its movements were too deliberate for a bear. As it passed between two trees, the moonlight illuminated it for just a moment. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but much larger than any man I'd ever seen. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur, and its limbs were long and distorted. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Two glowing red orbs that seemed to pierce right through me. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Max was still growling, his eyes fixed on the door. I wanted to run, to drive away as fast as I could, but fear had paralyzed me. All I could do was sit there in the darkness, praying that whatever was out there wouldn't try to get in. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and vigilance. Every sound, every shadow made me jump. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted but too keyed up to sleep. As soon as it was light enough, I peered out the window again. The campsite looked normal in the early morning light, but something felt off. I cautiously stepped out of the RV, Max close at my heels. That's when I noticed the tracks. Large inhuman footprints circled the RV, coming to a stop right outside the window where I'd seen the creature. The prints were unlike anything I'd ever seen, too large for a bear, with long claw-like impressions at the end of each toe. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but as I turned to go back into the RV, I noticed something that made my heart sink. All four tires were flat, punctured by what looked like large claw marks. We were stranded. I tried to stay calm, running through my options. The ranger station was about 5 miles away. I could hike there and get help, but the thought of walking through those woods with that thing still out there filled me with dread. Still, it seemed like the only viable option. I packed a small bag with some water, food, and a first aid kit. I also grabbed a hunting knife I kept in the RV for emergencies. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little safer. I left a note on the RV in case anyone came by, explaining the situation and where I was headed. As Max and I set off towards the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest, which had always seemed so peaceful before, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves made me flinch. We'd been walking for about an hour when Max suddenly stopped. His ears perked forward. I followed his gaze and saw something that made my stomach churn. About 50 yards ahead, a deer carcass lay strewn across the path. It had been torn apart, its innards spread over a large area. This was no ordinary predator kill. It looked like something had been playing with its food. I wanted to turn back, but I knew our only hope was to reach the ranger station. We skirted around the carcass, giving it a wide berth. As we passed, I couldn't help but notice the same large claw-like tracks in the soft earth around the deer. The next few hours were some of the most tense of my life. We pushed on through the forest, the sense of being watched growing stronger with each step. Twice I thought I saw something moving in the trees, just at the edge of my vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. It was late afternoon by the time we finally reached the ranger station. My relief at seeing the building quickly turned to apprehension as we got closer. The place looked deserted. The door was hanging open, swinging slightly in the breeze. "Hello?" I called out as we approached. There was no answer. Max whined softly, pressing closer to my leg. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the station was a mess. Papers were strewn everywhere, chairs overturned. It looked like someone had left in a hurry, or been forced to leave. I moved further into the building, looking for any sign of the Rangers or a working phone. In the back office, I found a radio. My hands shook as I picked up the microphone and tried to call for help. There was nothing but static. I fiddled with the dials, desperately trying to get a signal, but it was no use. We were cut off. As the realization of our situation sank in, I heard Max start to growl. I turned to see him standing in the doorway, his hackles raised, staring out into the gathering darkness. That's when I heard it, the same low guttural growl I'd heard outside the RV. I grabbed the hunting knife from my bag and moved to the window. At first, I saw nothing but the deepening shadows of the forest. Then movement caught my eye. Something was out there, circling the station. I caught glimpses of it as it moved, the same large dark shape I'd seen the night before. Fear gripped me, but I knew I had to act. I quickly closed and locked the door, then started pushing furniture against it to create a barricade. Max helped in his own way, dragging a chair by its leg to add to the pile. As night fell, the noises outside grew louder. I could hear something scratching at the walls, testing for weaknesses. Max and I huddled in the back office, away from the windows. I clutched the hunting knife in one hand and a heavy flashlight in the other, ready to defend ourselves if necessary. Hours passed, each one feeling like an eternity. The scratching and growling continued, punctuated by occasional loud thumps, as if something was throwing itself against the walls. I prayed that the old building would hold. It was around midnight when things escalated. There was a loud crash from the front of the building. The creature had broken through. I could hear it moving inside the station now, its claws clicking on the linoleum floor. Max was trembling beside me, but he stood his ground facing the office door. I raised the knife, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The footsteps grew closer, slow and deliberate. Then, silence. For a long moment, nothing moved. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. Suddenly, the office door exploded inward. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw it clearly for the first time. The creature was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, with a body covered in dark, matted fur. Its face was a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with a protruding snout filled with sharp teeth. But it was the eyes that transfixed me, glowing red orbs filled with an intelligence and malevolence that was all too human. For a split second, we stared at each other. Then it lunged. I swung the knife wildly, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature roared in pain and fury. Max launched himself at it, latching onto its arm with his powerful jaws. In the chaos that followed, I somehow managed to slip past the creature and out of the office. I ran for the front door, Max right behind me. We burst out into the cool night air and kept running, not daring to look back. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours. Every sound behind us spurred us to greater speed. Finally, exhausted and gasping for breath, we stumbled onto a road. In the distance, I saw headlights approaching. I flagged down the car, practically throwing myself in front of it. The driver, a middle-aged man, looked at me like I was crazy as I babbled out my story. But seeing my terrified state and the blood on Max's muzzle, he agreed to take us to the nearest town. At the local police station, I recounted my experience. The officers listened politely, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They assured me they would send a team to investigate the campsite and the ranger station, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. Over the next few days, as Max and I recovered in a local motel, I followed the investigation closely. The police found the ranger station in disarray, just as I'd described. They also found large unidentified animal tracks around my campsite and the slashed tires on my RV, but there was no sign of the creature itself. The official report chalked it up to a bear attack, despite my protests that what I'd seen was no bear. The rangers who had been on duty were found safe. They'd been called away on an emergency in another part of the park and had radio issues, which explained why I couldn't contact anyone. In the weeks that followed, I tried to put the experience behind me, but I couldn't forget what I'd seen. I did some research and found similar stories from people who'd encountered something like it in the area. They called it the Wendigo, a creature from Native American folklore known for its insatiable hunger and ability to mimic human voices. I don't know if what I saw was really a Wendigo or something else entirely. All I know is that it's out there and it's dangerous. I never went back to Blackwater Falls, and I don't go camping alone anymore. Max recovered from his injuries, but he was never quite the same after that night. He became more protective, more alert to dangers I couldn't perceive. Sometimes, late at night, I hear scratching at my window, and I wonder if it followed me home. In those moments, I'm grateful for Max's steady presence beside me. Always vigilant, always ready to face whatever might be lurking in the shadows. I've told this story many times over the years, to friends, family, and occasionally to wide-eyed students who catch me in a reflective mood. Some believe me, some don't. But I know what I saw that night in Blackwater Falls, and I know that there are things out there in the dark woods that defy explanation, things that remind us that we are not always at the top of the food chain. So if you ever find yourself camping in those remote woods, and you hear something moving in the darkness, something that sounds almost human but not quite, don't investigate. Don't try to be brave. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some creatures are better left unseen.